So the first question is, what is React Native? React Native is basically a JavaScript framework which is used to develop apps for both Android and iOS. The biggest advantage of React Native is that we can use a single code base to write applications for both Android and iOS. It is developed by Facebook and it is based on React.js. If you already know React.js, then it is very easy for you to migrate to React Native. As I said earlier, single code base is used for both Android and iOS. So you don't need to write a different code to achieve the same thing for Android and iOS. And it is also beneficial for those who already know JavaScript, because in React Native we use JavaScript to create different components. Everything in React Native is defined as a component. We create different components and we reuse them to develop application for both the platforms. The advantages, as I said earlier, a single code base is used for both the platforms. It is the biggest advantage that you find in React Native. You don't need to go through the process to write different code base to achieve the same functionalities in Android and iOS apps. Hot reload is something that React Native is very famous for. Whenever you make any changes to your app, to your code base, you don't need to build the entire app just to test it. You can just save it and you can see the changes automatically in your app. It is called hot reload. And when initially React Native was announced, then there were some issues regarding the performance, but in today's time it provides a strong performance in both the platforms. You cannot tell by just using the app that whether it's developed in native environment or with the React Native. And the community support is very strong for the React Native. If you stuck somewhere while developing any app through the React Native, you can find the solution online. The documentation provided by the Facebook is very rich. You can solve all your doubts through the documents, and you can find several videos on the internet also. There are some disadvantages also. Sometimes code becomes very confusing, especially if you are coming from the native development. If you used to code in Android Studio or Xcode, if your app is very much big and complex, then sometimes code becomes very confusing. And for the beginners, it seems a little bit hard because we use JavaScript for the development purpose, and you have to create all the component by yourself from the scratch. React Native does provide some libraries, so in the beginning you find a little bit hard, and native development is still needed, because if you want to achieve something that is not provided in the React Native library, then you need to write some code on the native, as you write on the Android Studio for the Android apps and Xcode for the iOS app. So, but most of the time it does not require to do that. Let us consider a scenario that if you are an owner of a tech company which has an app that people can download from the App Store or Play Store, then of course you want to target both Android and iOS customers. So in this scenario, if React Native was not the case, then you need to hire two teams. One team is responsible for development of Android app, and one team is responsible for development of iOS app. So you need to hire two teams, and whenever you need to achieve some functionality in both the apps, then both the development team have to write two different source code or base code to achieve that in the platform. Now consider a scenario that you have React Native. So in this case, you don't need to hire two teams, one for Android and one for iOS. You can just hire one team who has knowledge of React Native, and with a single code base, you can develop apps for both the platform Android and iOS. And in this case, if something new comes up, then you can write a single code base to achieve this on both the apps. There are some famous apps that are built on React Native like Uber Eats, Skype, Instagram, and Discord. So that's it. Thanks for watching this video. In this video, we will see how we can install React Native on Windows or Mac machine. So there are some prerequisites that you need to download in order to run React Native on your computer. So the first dependency is the Node.js. You have to install Node.js on your computer. So search Node.js on your browser and you will find this website. If you are using Windows machine, then you can install Windows installer, or if you are using Mac OS, then you can use Mac OS installer. You can also download it for the Linux. So let me download the Mac OS because I'm running it on a MacBook. Okay, so once it is downloaded, you can open the package. Click on the continue, agree, install. Enter password for your machine. So it says the package has installed. So now if you want to check whether Node.js is successfully installed on your machine or not, you can check it via terminal or the command line if you are using Windows machine. Just type node -v for version. And here you can see we are running the version 14 of Node.js. Now the second thing that you need to install is the Android Studio. We will be developing apps for Android and iOS, and we want to preview or test those apps on the emulator. You can also use your physical device. So for that reason, we need to download Android Studio. Just search Android Studio and you will find this website. Click on the download Android Studio. I'm using MacBook, that's why it's saying download Android Studio for Mac. So download the Android Studio. I have already downloaded and installed it, so I will not download it again. Okay, so once you download the Android Studio, you need to install all the SDKs necessaries to run the React Native. Now if you are using a Mac machine, then you can also download the Xcode. For that you need to open App Store, search for the Xcode, and then you can find Xcode. Then you need to install it. So if you are using Mac machine, then you can test or preview your app on iOS simulator also. Xcode is only available on Mac, it's not available for Windows. Okay, so once you install both, then search React Native. You can find the official website for the React Native. So there are basically two ways in which you can develop apps in React Native. The first is Expose CLI and the second one is React Native CLI. Expose CLI is basically provide you with all the necessary packages and functionalities that you find on both the platform Android and iOS. But if you want to target the native APIs, which you can find only in either platforms, either on Android or iOS, then you cannot target that. You can only target the APIs or the functionality that's supported by both the platforms. So in this case, you can use Expose CLI. But if you also want to target those native APIs, then you need to go for the React Native CLI, which allows you to download allow you to write native code also. So we will be using Expose CLI for our project and throughout the videos. Just write npm install -g expose CLI on your terminal or command prompt if you are using Windows machine. It will take some time. Okay, so React Native Expose CLI is successfully installed on our computer. So let us create our first project. Just copy this command, expo in it, and write the name of the project that you want. I'll write first React Native. Okay, so you will see several options. Blank, so you will have nothing in your project, just only the dependency and JavaScript. So, and if you want to develop apps in TypeScript, then you can go for the second options. And if you want the tabs navigation, then you can go for the third option. We will go for the blank. Now it will install all the dependencies that you need to develop the React Native app. Okay, so our project is successfully created. Now you can open this project in any editor you want. We will be using Microsoft Visual Studio Code. So just locate your project and open it. So let me just open the project that we have just created. Okay, so let me just open it. Okay, so here's our project. You can see several file structure in here. This is the main file app.js. Whenever you open your app, the first screen that you will see is written in this file app.js. There is one text that you can see. Open up app.js to start working on your app, and we will be creating different components and use them here. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video, we will see how you can create a new React Native project in your computer. In our last video, we saw that what are the dependencies and what are the softwares that you require to download to create the React Native app. So first of all, there are basically two methods in which you can create React Native apps. The first and the basic one is Expose CLI. Expose CLI allow you to target the common APIs that present in both the platforms Android and iOS. And if you want to target the native APIs that is provided by only Android or iOS, then you cannot do it with the Expose CLI. For that, you need to go for the React Native CLI. But it is advisable to start with Expose CLI, and then once you get familiar with this, then you can always move on to the React Native CLI. So React Native CLI basically allows you to target the specific APIs, and we can write code in native development. So as I said in our previous video, we can install the dependencies using this command npm install. To create the app, let us open the terminal or command prompt if you are using Windows machine. Just write expo init and the project name. And press enter. Okay, so here we have several options: blank with TypeScript and tabs. We will go for the blank. If you want to develop the project in TypeScript, then you can click on this second option, and if we want navigation pre-built in our project, we can go for the third option, tabs. But we will do everything from scratch, so I'll choose the blank option. Now it will install the dependencies that need to create before we start the project. So it will take some time. Okay, so the project is created. Let me just open it. I will use Visual Studio Code throughout the videos. Okay, so our project is open. On the left side, you can see all the files that has been created by the React Native. Now let me just run it. Open the terminal and simply write npm start. As you can see, our app is running. So now we will review or test the app on Android emulator. So for that you need to install Android Studio in your computer, as I said in our last video. So let me just open Android Studio. Now click on the configure AVD manager. AVD stands for Android Virtual Devices. Here you can see the emulator. If you doesn't have any emulator, then you can create one by simply click on the create virtual device. I have already one, so let me just click on the play button. Okay, so it's actually showing my previous app. So let me just close it. Okay, so you can click on the run on Android device emulator and app will be installed on our emulator. It will take some time when you open it for the first time. Okay, so it's completed. Here you can see the app is successfully running. on our Android emulator. Open up app.js to start working on your app. So here is the app.js file. Here is the text component that you can see on the first screen. Let me just change it. Now when I save it, it will automatically update it on our emulator, which is called hot reloading. Here you can see the text is changed. Now if you have a Mac machine, so you can also preview or test your app on an iOS simulator. For that you have to install Xcode on your computer. So let me just open it. And open developer tools and simulator. Okay, so you can now simply click on the run on iOS simulator. Here you can see hello world is printed on the first screen. Let me just change it so you can see that. Hello world to iOS. Now if I save it, you can see. So this is how basically you can run your app on iOS and Android simulator. You can also test your app on a physical device. For that you need to install an app called Expo on your smartphone, which is available on Play Store and App Store, and you just need to scan this QR code. So let me just show you the recording from my smartphone. So here you can see you need to open the Play Store, search for the Expo app, open. I've already installed it. Now click on the scan QR code and scan the QR code. Here you can see app is successfully running. So this is for this video. Thanks for watching it. In our previous video we saw that how you can create your first project in React Native, and also we saw that how you can preview your app on Android emulator or iOS emulator. So from this video we will start to learn about the different components that React Native offers us to make an Android and iOS app. So we will start with the basic component, view component. So let us first open the terminal to create the project. you open the command prompt if you are using a Windows machine and write expo in it and name of the project, press enter. We will start with the blank template. Now it will install all the dependencies. Okay, so our project is created. Let me open the Visual Studio. Here is our project. Open your project in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so as I said in our last video, app.js is the file that we will be working on. Let me just run this app first. Okay, so to run this app, you simply need to write npm start. You can preview this app either on Android simulator, or if you are using a Mac machine, then you can also preview this app on iOS simulator. Okay, so I have already opened this iOS simulator. It's iPhone 12 Pro Max, so I'll just use that, run on iOS simulator. Okay, so our app is running. You can see the text. So first of all, everything in our React Native project is a component. You can use those components anywhere in your app. So view is a component, text is a component, status bar is component. Okay, so we'll be talking about this view component. So as you can see, these are some import statements. So whichever component you need to use in your project, first of all you need to import those components before you use them. It using text component here. If I remove text from the import statement and save this, then you will get an error. Okay, so first of all, import status bar from export status bar, React from React, and import text view. You can also write different components here. Style sheet, we can use this style sheet to styling our component. This is not CSS, but it is very similar to that. So here our app is returning one view component. Let me just remove this, save. Okay, so we can use this view component to basically create the looks of our app, how our app will look like. Let me just change the color so you can get the better idea. Let me just type red and you can see. We can also give width to our component. Let me say 20% and save. As you can see, don't worry about these flags, background color, line items, and we'll be learning all this in our later videos. We can also give height. Let's say 40%. As you can see, so this is how you can use the view component. You can um, uh, use text component in view component. Basically expo or return one component, so all your component must have a one parent component, so which will be considered as the return component. We cannot write another view component here because then it will be two components, and since it's return only one component, so yes. So this is how you can use view component and styling properties. We'll be learning more about these style sheet in our later videos. So thanks for watching it. Hello friends, welcome to Programming Knowledge. In our previous video, we saw that how you can use view component in your React Native project to create an app. and in this video we will learn how you can use text component in your project. So first of all, create a project and open it on an Visual Studio, and also open the emulator. I'm using Mac machine and I already opened the iOS simulator. So this is our app. It only has a view component, so you can basically see nothing over here because the background color is white. So first of all, when you require the text component, so whenever you want to display any text, any messages on your screen, you need to use the text component. You cannot just directly write anything you want to display. Let me show you. If you write programming knowledge here and save it, you will get an error. Okay, so in order to display any text, you have to use the text component. So before using the text component in your return statement, you need to import it first, text component. Now we can use the text component here. You can write anything. Here you can see programming knowledge is appear on the screen. So this is how the text component is used. You can use multiple text component. Okay, you can, this is a text component, so you can use multiple styling properties. Let me just create another one. This is the container. This one is the one styling property that already is created for the view. So let me create a new style, text style, and apply to this text component. Okay, so here let me increase the font size. Let give me 20. As you can see, the size of the text component is increased. Let me change the color. Let me change it to the blue. As you can see, the changes over here, and you can directly see the changes when I press Control Save, because it supports hot reloading. You can also use font weight to make it bold. You can also use font style for italic. You can also change the background color. Okay, so as you can see, the styling property is applied on to only this component. So if you want to apply on this component also, then you need to assign that styling property. As you can see, so this is how you can use a text component in your React Native project. And remember one thing, you have to use the text component in order to display any text over the screen. You cannot directly just write text anywhere. You have to nested it between the text component, and you also need to export the text component before use that. So that's it for this video. Thank you. Hello friends, welcome to Programming Knowledge. In our previous video, we saw that how we can use views and how we can use text to display text on the screen. And in this video, we are going to learn about button. So button is the most common component or element whenever it comes to the interaction. When you want user to interact with something in your app, button is the most common thing. User can click on the button, long press on the button. These are all the events. We will also see how you can handle all those events. So create a React Native project and open an emulator, Android or iOS. I have an iOS simulator open here. Let me just run the app. npm start. Okay, let me just run on the iOS simulator. Okay, so our app is successfully running. It only has the view which has white background. So as I said earlier, whenever you require to use a component, first you need to import it. So we need to import button. Okay, so we will create a button. Button has one argument which is title. Let's say click me. Save. As you can see, we have successfully created a button. It has text click me over here, but it doesn't have any event listener attached to it, so it doesn't do anything right now. There are various properties of a button. You can also change the color. Let's say red, as you can see. So the most common element, or you can say event handler for the button, is onPress event in React Native. Now we will create a small alert. Whenever you click on the button, a small pop-up window appear with the desired message. Alert. Alert is an inbuilt function of React Native. Let's welcome to Programming Knowledge. Okay, let me just save it. And now when I click on the button, a pop-up message will appear. As you can see, welcome to Programming Knowledge. So this is how you can create a button and handle the various events. There are one more argument. If you want to disable this button, then it has one property, disabled. It is by default false, but if you write true, then it will disable. User cannot interact with it. And if you turn it to false, then you can. Let me create one more button. Let me set this true. Let me give the title of okay. Color is equal to yellow. on press. Alert. As you can see, a button is appear over here. Okay, let me change the color. Let me change this to black. As you can see, when I press this button, you will see a alert. This is a button to roll. So this is how you can create button. You can create multiple buttons, assign various functions to them, and do event handling. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in our previous video, we saw that how you can use views, buttons, and text. And if you notice something, we have been using hard-coded values for text and buttons, but now we are going to use the dynamic values. So in React Native, there are several hooks that provided by the inbuilt React Native libraries, and one of them is useState. So we are going to use this useState hook to change the values dynamically in our app. So just create a new project and open it on Visual Studio Code, and I already run it on the iPhone 12 Pro Max iOS simulator. So let us start then. So there is only one view in here. Let me just create a text component. Now if I write something here, you will see the name appears here, but it is a hard-coded value. Now we want to use the dynamic value. So for that we have to import the useState. We can give it any name we want. Just write const. The first will be the name of the variable, let's say name, and second argument will be the function which will be used to change the value of that variable. Let's say set name. useState. Now we provide the initial value for this name variable. Let's say programming. Now what happens when the app is running? A state will be created. The name variable consists of value of programming because it is the initial value, and we can use this setName function to change the value of this variable dynamically. Okay, so we can use this name property here in curly brackets. Just write name, and when I save this, you can see it changes programming. So this is how we can use this name variable. Now let's create one simple app. When we press on a button, the value of this text will change dynamically. Okay, so just remove this, create a text component, and create a button component, and button will automatically imported here. Okay, so button is a self-closing component. Okay, so we give title as change. Okay, so this is our button. We can also style it a little bit, so we wrap this button in a view. In React Native, we cannot directly apply styling to button property, so we have to use a view. Styles dot Let's say we will create button. Let's apply background color. Red. Let apply some padding. It's a 10. Okay. And if we want to change the color of text, we can do directly here. Okay. So this is our text component. Let's use the name property here. Let's apply some margin. Okay. So the idea is that whenever we click on this button, the text will be changed. Okay. So we can do on press for event handling. So what we can do is we can directly use the arrow function here, but this time we are not going to do that. We'll be using a separate external function and apply this and call this function on the button click. So for that, let's create a arrow function. Let's name it click me. Okay, so in order to change the state of this name variable, we'll be using setName function. SetName, and we change the value to, let's say, knowledge. Now on the button press, on press event, we'll be calling this function. We'll be using click me function. Okay. So what happens when we click on this button? The click me button it will be getting called, and the name property here will be changed from programming to knowledge. Let's save this, and as you can see, the programming text property is changed to now knowledge. So this is how you can use states. You can also use object, boolean, integer, any type you want. Let me just create another one. Let's say person, set person. Now we'll be creating an object which consists of a name. Let's say Tony, an age. Age will be an integer, 30. So if we create another text property, and we can use the person and the name property. And my age is, now we will use the age property. Now I say my name is Tony and my age is 30, and we can also change these values. You set person. Now we'll change the name let's Britain and age 24. Now when I click on the change, you can see the programming text changed to knowledge, and the person name is changed to Britain, and age is changed to 24. So this is how you can use states. You can give it any name you want, and you can create floating type of state, integer. You can even also create objects just like we did it here, and you can change it by creating an external function and assign to the button press. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching. So in our previous video we saw that how you can use state to provide dynamic content in your app, and in this video we are going to use the state to implement text input in your app. So basically whenever you require to get information from the user, then you can always use text input. So user can type in their name, age, or anything that user can type in. So what we're gonna do, we will create two state. One is for name and one is for age. So whenever user type their name and age on those fields, in real time the value will be changed in the text that we provided below that text input. Okay, so let us first create state. One is name, set name to change the value. Now we provide the initial state. Second will be the age. And 24. Okay, so just save it. Let us first create a text property and provide my name is, now use the name. Okay, so here you can see my name is Brijan and my age is 24 years. Okay, so now we will create another text just for the label. Enter your name. Okay, and to use the text input, we first need to import text input. It's a self-closing component, text input. So when you press here, you can type in, but by default there is no styling in text input, so we need to provide some style. Okay. Okay, so style is styles. Let's say input. Now create the input style. Okay, so first of all the border color. Let's say black. By default the border width is 0, so we provide border width also 7. Let's provide some padding and margin also, and also provide the width. So as you can see, now it's perfectly visible. Okay, so now what we are going to do is provide the function. So as we saw in the button component, button has the event on press, and this has the event on change text. So whenever the text inside the text input will change, this will fire a function. We will not create any external function. We will be using an inline anonymous function and just use set name, and whatever user type in this, it will be update in real time here. So on change text, it provides us a text. You can give it any name you want. It provides a text that user enters here, and we can use that text here. Now when I save it, let's say as you can see, it updates in real time. My name is Tony and my age is 24 years. You can also provide placeholder. Let's enter your name. So as you can see, enter your name, and when you type in this, the placeholder will disappear. Okay, so let us create one more for the age. Let us just copy this, enter your age. Now we have two placeholder, two text input. So I'm 33. So my name is Tony and my age is 33 years. As you can see, it updates in real time. So this is how you can use text input. You can also use multi-line property, so user can type in new line every time. And if you notice here, when I click on this text input for the age that I created, you can also you can type numeric here, but user can also type the alphabet, which is logically incorrect. So to prevent this type of error from the user side, text input also has one property, keyboard type. You can provide keyboard type, and you can use numeric. As you can see, when I click on the text input created for the name, you will get the full size keyboard with all the alphabets and numbers. And when I click on the age, you only get the numeric. So user cannot type in the alphabets in age, so you can prevent these type of error from the user side in the first place. So this is it. This is how you can use text inputs in React Native. So thanks for watching it. Hello friends, welcome to Programming Knowledge. We are continuing the React Native series, and in this video we are going to learn how you can use list component in your app. So whenever you have a list of items or a list of numbers, or whenever you need to display a list of some components, then you can use this list component that provided by React Native. So first of all, create a new project. I already created one. So create a new project and open it Visual Studio Code. Okay, so let me just run it. For that, we need to write npm start, and you can view this output in Android simulator or iOS simulator. So I already opened the iOS simulator. You can also use the Android simulator. Okay, so Metro Bundler is started. Let me just run on simulator. If you are using an Android simulator, then you need to click on this. Okay, so our app is started now. We don't have any component right now, so you are not seeing anything. So let me just first create an array or list so that we can use it to display on this screen. Okay, so we are going to use state. Let's say fruit function to set fruit. In this we are going to use an array. Let's say apple, mango, uh, and let me just again use mango. Okay, so this is our list. We have created a list of fruits, or you can say array of fruits. So we can cycle through these array one by one, and for that we have a specific function provided by React Native. It's called map function. So in the view we use fruit because it's our array. We can use the map function. Okay, so this is how we can use the map function. So first of all, you need to understand a very important thing about list is that in list it may be possible that you have multiple same components. Like here mango occurs 2 times, so there needs to be an method that React can identify that this list members are all individual. So for that you need to use a unique key for each of the element. So we need to provide a key as well. Okay, so now we have 5 elements and all the elements have a unique key. So here we can display the elements. So we will return okay, so now we return the elements that we have created in our fruit list. So first of all, we create a view component. Then we create a text component. And in text component, we will be displaying all these elements. So first of all, we need to give it a name. So every item in this list, when map function cycles through it, will be calling item. You can name it whatever you want. So we want item and the name of it, because this is an object. So we need to write the name. So let me just save it. Okay, so here as you can see, we have all the elements that we have created, and we also got a warning that each child in a list should have a unique key. So in view component, we need to specify the key that the specific key element belongs to the key element, the item. As you can see, the warning has gone. So this is basically how you can create all the elements. So let me just styling a little bit. Style is equal to, let's say, item, and we'll be creating this item here. Okay, let me just increase the font size to, let's say, 22. Background color, let's say yellow. Margin top, 20. Padding, let me just save it. As you can see, we got the list of elements. So let me just remove this one. Okay, now that's better. Okay, so let me just create some more elements so that we can fill up the list. Let me just banana. Let me also repeat orange. Okay, so but we need to give the unique key. Let me just refresh it. Okay, let me just give the margin top for 30. Last will be orange. Okay, so this is I wanted to show you that the list exceeds our screen space. So the last one is the orange, but here we got the banana as the last. So mango and orange two are at the bottom of the screen, and as you can see we can not scroll it. So when your list component has when your list component has more elements that you can fit on the single screen, then you need to use the scroll view so that user can able to scroll. First we need to import, then we need to enclose the entire fruit list in scroll view. So hopefully now we can scroll it down, as you can see. So this is how you can use a list element, and using map function you can cycle through all the elements that you created in the list. This is basically is more useful when you create a app like to-do list, where you need to uh, create a list of tasks that user created. You can also use this to go for service app, that what type of services the app provides, and you can list down all. So that's for this. Okay. Thanks for the watching. Hello friends, welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we will see how you can use FlatList to display the multiple elements that you have created in your list. So in our last video we saw that how you can use the map function and scroll view in order to display the elements that you have created in your list. This from our last video. You can view the output in iOS simulator or Android simulator. I have opened the iOS simulator here. So there is a second method. It's called FlatList. So let me just show you how you can use the FlatList, and then I'm going to tell the difference between both of them. First we need to import FlatList, and let me just comment this out. Save. Okay, so FlatList, it's a self-closing component. You don't need an ending component. So first of all, what data we need to display, and that is the fruit list. The second is a render item. We need to write an arrow function for that. Okay, so here we need to write exactly the same thing that we did in our previous video with the list element. So this is the object. So every time it cycles through the element in this array, we'll get an item, and we will use this item same as this. So if I press save, hopefully it will work. So as you can see, it works the same as our last video when we use the scroll view and made function with the list. So first of all, what's the difference between flat list and the normal list? So in flat list, first of all, as you can see, it is much less code than this, so you need to write fewer lines. That's the benefit, and the main purpose of using FlatList is that it provides a better performance. So it doesn't apply in this scenario because we have only 11 elements, or very few elements in our list. But in real life scenario, when we have hundreds of elements and you need to show all the elements to your user, then in flat list, what it does that it only loads the elements which is currently visible on the which is currently visible on the screen when it first rendered. It does not load all the hundreds of elements. If I say only 10 elements is currently visible to the user, then it only loads the 10 elements on the screen when it first render. Then when user scroll down, it re-renders the remaining elements to the user. So which is exactly the opposite which scroll view and the list does, because if there are, let's say, hundreds elements, then scroll view and list will render all the elements at the first when the screen first load. So it provide a better performance. And the second thing is that we don't need to explicitly provide the key element. It automatically search for the key element in our array. So we need to have a key element, and it need to be the name of the key. So but in case if we have, let's say, id instead of key, and let me just say the key. So for that we need to write key extractor. um, in item.id is the key. So we are expressly telling the flat list that in our array id served as the key. Let me just save it. As you can see, it works fine. So this is the main purpose of using FlatList. I always use FlatList instead of the normal list with the scroll view. So if you have fewer items, you can use the scroll view, and if you have hundreds of items in your list, you can use the FlatList for better performance. So thanks for watching it. Thanks. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in our last video, we saw that how you can use FlatList. And in this video, we are going to see that what is the use of touchable, how you can use the touchable components. So basically, first of all, why you need touchable component in the first place. So whenever you want to apply any clickable events like on press, or when you click on something, when you long press on something, then you can use the touchable to apply clickable events to any components that you want. Up until now, we have seen that buttons usually provide that kind of functionality, but we cannot use buttons for each scenarios, because first of all, we cannot apply style property to button. So we have a drawback there, and with touchable component, we have much more flexibility. So I have created the React Native project, and I also run it on the iOS simulator. You can also run it on Android simulator as well. So what's we gonna do? First of all, we are going to create an array. Let's say an array of people. Then we create a flat list, so to show all the elements of the array as a list, and then we apply touchable events to each of the elements, and when we click on that element, the name will be displayed on the console. So let's get started. First of all, let's create an array. Let's name it people. Say people. And don't forget to provide a key name. So we have created an array of people. There are 5 persons in it, and each of them has a unique key. So let's now display this array as a list. So first of all, we need to import the flat list. As I mentioned earlier, flat list is an self-closing component. First of all, the data. What data we need to show? In this case, it will be people. Render item. And each item we call an item. Let's we create a text, and we display the name of the item, because this is an object and we want only name to display. So let me just save it. As you can see, we have our list display on the screen. We just need to provide some styling. I already create a style item, font size 22, background color yellow, margin top, and some padding. So let me just apply here. So as you can see, we got our list. There are 5 elements in the list. Currently it's not clickable as you can see. So let me just import the touchable. So you have many touchable components like touchable opacity, touchable native feedback. So in this case, we will be using touchable opacity. So whichever component you want to be clickable, you just wrap that component in touchable component. Let me just save it. So touchable opacity, as the name suggests, when we press something, any component on which we applied the touchable opacity, it will fade out for a little time, as you can see. And we have applied touchable opacity to the entire flat list that we do not want. We only want we want that each element like Brijan, Jeff, Tony, Raz, Bruce, each element will have their own clickable event. So let me just apply these event to only text property of it. As you can see, it fade out for some time when I click on it. Right now nothing is happening because I have not provided any events. So for that, touchable opacity has one event called onPress. What happens on one press? So we write an arrow function. Let us call press handler, and we will pass the item name. So we get item from here, and since it's an object, we have to write either name or key, and we want to display the name of it, so we write the name. So let us just create this function. And let us pass name as an argument. Okay, so what I have done here is that whenever we press on any of this element, the action will be passed on this function press handler, and it's taking name property of this object, and it will simply write it on the console. So let us see if it works. As you can see, let me just open the browser, click on the device that you are running. As you can see, the name is successfully written on the console. So basically this is how you can use touchable events, touchable components, and the on press events with any component that you want to be clickable. So thanks for watching. Hello friends, welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in our previous videos we have saw that how you can use different components to build your React Native app, and we also applied some styling effects on those components. But this video we are going to learn how you can actually apply styling, and what are the different methods, and what are the better ways to apply stylings in your React Native app. So first of all, create a project and open it on Visual Studio Code, and you can then write npm start to run the project. and you can preview your app on either iOS simulator or Android simulator. So I already opened the iOS simulator. So as you can see, we have a list of 5 people here, and I've used the flat list so to show all the individual members as a list. As you can see, some of are above this safe line area. So now we try to apply styling in this scenario. So first of all, there is a basic styling that you call inline style, where you can apply style directly itself to the component. So let me just apply styling to this view. So let's apply some margin top. So let's, as you can see, now we can see from the top region. If you want to apply multiple styling, then you can also use an array. Let's say padding of 20. As you can see, using the big brackets, you can apply the multiple styling on a single component. You can use it, basically use an array. But let's say if you have this kind of multiple styling, if you are making a really big app in real life scenario, then you would have multiple 10 to 15 styling in one component. Then it becomes little bit of tedious to organize them. So there is a better way of doing it, and that is why I come in the style sheet. We already imported style sheet here. You can create style sheet component here. Const list code styles equal to style sheet dot create let's say container, and this container name we will be using to apply styling to the component. Wherever we require this styling to be applied, we use this keyword container. Let's say margin top is 40, padding is 20. Now we can remove this, use styles dot container. Let me just time in. As you can see, it works the same. I can also apply background color. As you can see, it works the same. Okay, so let's apply some styling to this text property. Let us call item. Let's increase the font size to 20. Padding to 15. Let's now apply the background color. And we use this item word here. Let's just save it. As you can see, it applies to all of the text items that we have created. So this is the second method that you have learned. If you have multiple styling, then you can use the style sheet and create all and apply all the styling here, and then use that word wherever you apply that styling to the component. And there is a third method which usually we use when you create a real life app, and it's called external styling. You create a style sheet in an external file, and then we import that external file here. So let me just create a new file. And name it styles.js. First of all, we need to import the style sheet. Import style sheet from React Native, and we need to export this component so we can use it with the file. Okay, so let me just remove it from here. Paste it here. Okay, so we have moved the style sheet to an external file. As you can see, this is our app.js file, and this is our styles file. So we need to import these here so that we can use the styling. Let's name it styles from the styles file. Okay, so now we can use the styling here. Dot container. As you can see, it works the same. We can also use this item here. As you can see, so this is how basically you can use different methods of styling. You can either use the inline if you have one or two styling elements in a component. If you have multiple components, then it is advisable to create an style set here. And if you are creating a real life project, and you want to reuse the stylings in multiple pages or screens, then you can create an external style set here, as I created here, and you can use it multiple times. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will see how you can use alerts in your app. Alert is basically used to provide any type of warning, any type of information in a pop-up. So it will be very useful in real life scenario. So we are going to see how you can implement alert in your app. So first of all, create an React Native project and open it in the Visual Studio Code. I have already created one, and I already opened the iOS simulator. You can also run it on the Android simulator and use npm start to run this. Okay, so we'll be creating a small app in which user can type their name and enter the age, and after pressing the button, the app will going to tell you that if you are eligible to drink or not, okay, based on your age. So let us first create the uh, variables that we are going to use. We are going to use hooks, use state for dynamic content, name, we actually don't need to create name because we are not going to store it. We only need an age. So const setting, let's set it to 0. Okay, so first of all create two input box. We have seen in our earlier videos how to use input box. First of all, we need to import text input. Let's apply some styling. We have created another file for style sheet. Let's name it input. Let's apply the background color. Let's say yellow. Padding of 20. Modal weight of 2. As you can see, this is our input box, text input you can say. Okay, we need another one for the age. Let me also apply margin top. Let us also create a button. Button is already declared. Okay, so can I drink? Okay, so let me just first save the whatever age user is going to input in the second box into this variable on change text. We'll be getting the text from this component. We will set it this text age. Okay, now on the button press, it will fire a function, let's say edge handler, and this edge handler will decide if user can drink or not. So let us create that function. If age is greater than, let's say 21, then user can allow to drink. Okay, so you need to first of all import the alert from React Native, just like alert. Now you need to provide two things. First of all, the headings. If age is above 21, then you can drink, user can drink. So let's say you can drink, or else okay. So what I've done here, first of all, user enter their name and the age, and when I enter the age in this text input, then the whatever age user enter will be stored in this age variable. Then when I click on this button, it will pass the action to this age handler, and if age is greater than 21, then an alert will pop up that you can drink, and if it's less than 21, then alert will pop up that sorry, you cannot drink. So let us see if this works. Let's say 24. As you can see, it works perfectly. Yeah, you can drink. Let me just enter age below 21. Let's say 19. It says sorry, you cannot drink. So this is a small application that demonstrates how you can use alerts. There are various methods you can also use with alerts. We will see those in our next video. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will see how you can use images in your React Native app. If you want to display any images, then how you can do it. We are going to learn that in this video. So create a project and open it in Visual Studio Code. You can also preview the output on iOS simulator or Android simulator. I have already opened the iOS simulator and the app is running. Okay, so first of all, in order to display image component, you need to import image. Now just write image, it's a self-closing element, and the image that you want to display, you also need to import that. I've already import one image here in the assets folder. You can also import the image in the assets folder. It will take one argument called source, require. Now we define the path where is our image is located. So image is in assets and it's called Marvel, extension is JPG. So as you can see, the image is visible over here. You can also provide some style elements. I've already created one image. Margin horizontal is 40. So let me just wrap it in a view component. As you can see, this is how you can apply styling. So this is the basic method how you can display the images on your app, but you can also display images dynamically. On some activities you can assign that image displayed dynamically. You can change the image within the press of button or scroll down or scroll up, etc. So to learn that, we will use a dice app. We'll be creating an app in which user press on a button and and randomly generate numbers from 1 to 6, so you can use it as a dice. So in order to do that, first of all we need images from 1 to 6. Here I have images of 1 to 6. You just need to import that in assets folder. 3, these 4, 5 and 6. So we have all 6 images here, as you can see. So let us first create a variable, so which will be stored, in which we will be storing the random number from 1 to 6. Let's call it dice. Set dice. Use state. Let me set it to 1 by default. Okay, so now we will be creating an object which consists of all the 6 images, so we can cycle through randomly through that array. Let's call it images. It's an object in which pix is a key. It's also an object. Require the path 1 dot extension is jpg. So this is for one image. We need 6 of that. Okay, so this is for one. So we have total 6 images, 0 to 5, and each represent the specific number from the dice. So we have created a variable in which we will be storing the random dice number, and an object which is an array of all the 6 images. So now here we'll use the image component, source. Now we do not need to write require because we have already specified this in our object. So images dot pix is our array, and element which and the random number which will be stored in the dice. If I press save, you can see we have 2 visible here because by default we have provided 1, and the 1 image represent the 2 on the number of dice. Now let us create a button. Let us name it role This is self-closing element, as you can see. Now let us create an onPress event. An arrow function. So whenever user press on this roll button, we have to generate one random number between 1 to 6. So for that, set dice to set the variable to a random number. We'll be using math.flow math.random. Now random function will generate random number between 0 to 1. 0 is inclusive and 1 is exclusive. So we will be multiplying these with 6. So we will be getting random number between 0 to 5. Let's press save. Okay, so roll. As you can see, the number will be must be 0. That's why we're getting 1. It's 6. That's this is because we are getting the random number 5. So this is how you can dynamically change the images on button press. And this is our small dice app. So thanks for watching this. So in our previous video, we saw that how we can use the alerts in your React Native app, and we also created a simple app in which I have demonstrated the use of alerts. In this video, we are going to learn how you can implement different kinds of buttons in alerts. By default, there will be only one button when you use alerts, and do not define any external buttons. But here in this video, we will be learning that how you can use different kind of buttons, provide different kind of buttons to the users. So just create a project in React Native and open it and Visual Studio Code. You can preview it on Android simulator or iOS simulator. I've already opened the iOS simulator, and you can run the app by npm start. So to demonstrate the use of alerts with buttons, we are going to build a simple app in which I will be creating 3 text input, in which user will be entering the details like name, age and gender, and there will be one button. When user press on that button, if alert will be asking to users that are you sure that you are willing to submit all the details that you have entered, and if I press yes, then all the details will be displayed. If I press no, then no details will not be printed on the screen. So just let us just create variables for that. Name, by default it will be an empty string. Age, by default it will be 0. And let's say gender. To use the to provide the gender, the ideal way is to use the radio button, but we have not studied that yet, so I'll be using text input for that, but in future we'll be using radio buttons. So here our 3 variables. Let us first import the text input. is a self closing element. Okay, so on change text, we will be getting text and we will be passing it to set name. Another for age, set gender. Because I have created the three text input, let us just save it. You are not saying anything because we have not provided any styling. I have already created a style. Background color is pink, padding is 20 and margin top is also 20. Let us just apply style property to it. Now as you can see, let us also add the placeholder so user can understand what he's supposed to enter. Name, age, and gender. As you can see, name, age, and gender. Now let us create a button. Title will be submit. And let us create a text in which name, age, and gender of that person will be displayed. Okay, so let us provide the on-press event. So whenever user press on this button, it will be calling a function. Let's name it press handler. Now let us define that function. Now we'll be using alerts. So first of all, we need to import the alert. Alert. Now first of all, we provide the title of the alert box. Let's say details, then message. Are you sure you want to submit? And then the button, it will be an array. So here you can list the buttons which you need to create. In Android usually, in Android you can only create only 3 buttons, but in iOS you can create as many as you want. So first of all, the text of the button, which will be yes. What happened when we press? So detail will be already in these variables when user start typing. So we will be just logging the detail on the console that user press the button. Let's say yes is pressed. Second will be no. So what happened when user press no? When user press no, we will be setting all these variables to their default values. So we'll be creating another function for that. Let's say no handler. Let us create another function. Set name will be again empty string. Set age again will be 0. Set gender also again empty string. Okay, so we have created the alerts. The heading is details and messages. Are you sure you want to submit? When user press yes, we only logging on console that yes is pressed, and when user press no, then all these value will be again to the default values. So let's just save it, and let me just toggle the keyboard. Okay, so name, let's abbreviate age. As you can see, as I'm typing, the detail displaying here. Gender. So if I press submit, you can see we are getting two buttons. Earlier we only got one buttons because it was by default. So when I pressed yes, you can see yes is pressed. These logs are from the previous. Okay. So let me just again press yes so you can understand. As you can see, yes is pressed. So let me just now click on the no. When I click on no, this detail will be their default values again. So when I press here, 0. As you can see, the name and genders are empty string and the age is 0. So this is how you can create a custom alerts in which you can provide multiple buttons according to your needs. So thanks for watching. So in this video, we will see how you can implement a method so you can dismiss the keyboard. So before going into the solution, let me show the problem. So what is the problem that we are trying to solve here? Just create a React Native project and open it in Visual Studio Code and run the output on either Android simulator or iOS simulator. I have already opened the iOS simulator here and run the application by npm start. So to first understand the problem, let me first create a scenario in which you can find this problem. So let me just create a text input. It's a self-closing element. Let me just save it. We are not saying anything here. We need to apply some styling. Let's say input, background color, let's say pink, padding 20, margin top 20. Let me just apply styling here. Now you can see we have a text input here. Let me just write it a placeholder. Enter your name. So when I click on the text box to enter something, let's say I enter my name. Now if I want to dismiss this keyboard because I do not require now, so there is no way that we can dismiss this keyboard. We have to click on the return, but this is not we want. Usually when we press return, it means that we are ready to submit the details. So we do not want to do it that here. So usually when you use apps in real life, you saw that when we in this type of scenario, there will be a method in which when user press somewhere else, touches somewhere else on the phone screen, the keyboard will dismiss, but it's not the case in here. So we need to implement the method manually. So whenever user touch or press anywhere on the screen, the keyboard will dismiss. So for that, we need to use a touchable, and we will not be using touchable opacity because we do not want any feedback. So this time we will be using touchable without feedback. So you can import touchable without feedback here, and let me just repeat this whole view around the touchable without feedback because our entire application is between this view. This entire screen is under this view. Let me just save it. We can provide on press event here. Let me just first log that keyboard is dismissed. So if I press here, keyboard is dismissed. So now if I press here, as you can see, I am pressing the screen multiple times. We can see the log. As you can see, number is increasing here. So now to dismiss the keyboard, we need to import one more element which is called keyboard, and just write keyboard dot dismiss. Let me just save it. And now if I press, let me just write something. Now if I want to dismiss this keyboard and I press here, as you can see, the keyboard will be dismissed. This is what we want. Again, let me press here. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. So this is how you can dismiss the keyboard. So in real life applications, this is very basic things to do, because there will be some method that you want that you need to implement so that user can get rid of the keyboard. User will not have the escape button at that time because they are using the application on their smartphones. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn how you can create custom button. We have already studied how you can use the inbuilt button component, but the problem with the inbuilt button component is that you cannot style the button uh, uh, as you want, because style property cannot be applied on button. If I create, let's say, button, it's a closing element, title, press, you will get this. And in Android you will get a box, but there is no way that you can apply style property to a button. So in this scenario you have to create a custom button. So we will be using custom button, so we won't be needing this button component. So let us create a small app in which user can insert their name, and when we press the button, the custom button component that we have created, alert will pop up and show you your name. So just create a React Native project and open it in Visual Studio Code and run it on iOS simulator or Android simulator. So let me first create variable for storing the name, const name, set name, use stat. Initially it will be an empty string. So in this variable will be storing our name. So let us create a text input. Text input is an self-closing element. And change text. We will be storing the text. The user will insert the text and we will be storing that text into set name. Using set name function, the text will be stored into the name variable. Let me just save it. You also need to apply styling. Let's say input. Let's apply some background color. Gray. As you can see, let me just apply some padding. Okay. Let me just toggle the keyboard. Okay. So let me create a custom button. For that we need to import touchable opacity. We have already learned how to use touchable opacity. Under that we'll be creating a view. This view will surround our button, the text. Let's press. Now let us apply some styling property. Style is not. We'll be creating a button. Let us first apply the background color. Background color will be, let's say, yellow. Let's apply some padding, 20. Margin top. Let me just center the text. Align items. We can also provide border width, let's say 3. Border color, green. We can also apply border radius, let's say 5. Let's just increase 20. As you can see, it's slightly curved on the edges. So we have created the custom button. As you can see, it looks much better than the inbuilt button component. Now we can provide the on-press event here. Whenever is press this, let me first import the alert. Whenever user press this button, alert will pop up. First of all, the heading, your details. Second will be the message. So we simply write your name is, and we concat the message to this name variable, name dot to string. Now let me just save it. Now if I write my name here, and I press save, as you can see, your name is Prichen and heading is your details. Still the keyboard is not dismissing, so we have learned that from our last video. Let us implement that also. Keyboard, touchable without feedback. We wrap this entire view in touchable without feedback. So on press, arrow function, keyboard dot dismiss. Now if I write something, let's say Tony, I press somewhere else, the keyboard will be dismissed, and when I press, your name is done. So this is how you can create a custom button as we have created here, and it looks much better than the inbuilt button components, so you can apply styling according to your need. So thanks for watching it. In this video we will learn how you can use useEffect. UseEffect is another hook. So far we have learned how to use useState as a hook, and useEffect will generally be used when there is an update in DOM itself and you want to write some code when DOM gets updated. So whenever things like state or any component of the DOM gets updated, we consider that DOM is getting updated. So in that kind of scenario, if you want to perform some code, we write that code into useEffect. Let us understand via an example. So I have created an React Native project and open it in Visual Studio Code and preview it on iOS simulator. You can also use Android simulator as well. So run this app via npm start. So first of all, you need to understand what does it mean to DOM get updated. So let me just create a state, let's say number, set number, use state, let's say 0. So the initial value of our state number will be 0. Now let us create a text in text, and we'll be showing this number here. Let me just save it. Here is our number. Let me just apply some styling. Let's say label, font size is 20, color is red, let's provide some padding. So as you can see, let me just increase the font size, let's say 50. Okay, so 0 is representing the state that we have created, number. Now let us create a button. Title of this button will be update. Okay, so here we have a button. So what we're going to do now is that whenever user press on this update button, the state will change. It will basically increase by 1. On press, arrow function, set number. Let me just not increase this right now. Let me just save it. So now if I press update, nothing will happen because the number is initially set to 0 and we are not changing it, so DOM is not getting updated, so nothing will happen. Now let me just use useEffect. So this is how you can use useEffect. Arrow function. Let me just console the warning. One, DOM is updated. Let me add number also. Okay. So first we get DOM is updated to 0. Now I press update. As you can see, it only gets called once because when we set number to 0, that's the only ones that is the set number is getting called. Now let me just increase it by 1 every time. Now if I press update, as you can see, the warning is keep calling because every time the state is changing. So this is how you can use the use effect. Whenever DOM is getting updated and you want to write some code or perform some action during that situation, you need to write that code here. We can also provide conditions like if let's say number is greater than 30, then only we get warning. Okay, so let us just increase this to number 31. As you can see, DOM is getting updated. So this is basically you can use the use effect whenever any state or component change of then DOM is getting updated, and you can use effect hook to perform some action during that situation. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn how you can use flex and what is the use of flex. So flex property we usually use to divide screen into multiple parts so that we can use each part as an individual component. So mainly it is used with the view component, so we can divide screen into multiple parts and we can position the other components much better. So just create a new project in React Native and open it in Visual Studio Code, and you can preview the app in the simulator. I've used iOS simulator here. If you are using Windows, you can use Android simulator and run the app so that we can preview the app as we code. So as you can see, I have only one component, view. So let me just write a text here. let's write a bridge in. Let's save it. Let me just import the component. Let me press save. As you can see, it's going outside from the screen area. Style. It's a 40. As you can see, bridge in here. So now let me just apply background color here. Let's say red. Let me just save it. As you can see, the background color of this view component is taking only this much of space, not the entire screen. Only this much of space, which is it requires. Now, what happens if I use flex property with it? 1. Let me just save it. So as you can see, as soon as I apply flex property to this view components, it's taking now the entire screen area. So this is you need to understand that whenever you write flex is equal to 1, it will ultimately take the entire screen area if no other component except this component has the same flex property. Let me just show you. Here, let me just remove that. Let me just create another view component. Style. Let's say background color of blue. Flex is 1. Let me just copy it and paste it. Let me just change the color to, let's say, yellow. Now when I press save, as you can see, both the component, the blue one and the yellow one, taking the same space. It means the ratio of their size is 1:1 because I have specified the flex property is equal to 1 to both the component. So if I apply, let's say 2 over here, then the blue component will take twice as much space as the yellow one. As you can see, it doesn't matter if the ratio is 1 ultimately, no matter what the value you specify, let's say 200, 200. If I press save, it will ultimately take the 1:1 ratio space. Now, if I want this to bottom of the screen, let's say this will take 10 of this space. As you can see. So what if I specify another property here, another component here, which doesn't have a flex property? Let's say, let me import first. Let me import a button, let's say. Title. Let me save it. As you can see, it's taking this space apart from this both component. The red one is the entire screen because these 3 components is mounted into this one view component. So let me just erase the background so you can understand it better. As you can see, this space is not considered in these 2 component spaces. So if you want any component to be stick to the bottom of the screen, you can use this method. Let me just write this 8. As you can see, This space is now 8 times bigger than the yellow one. Now let's say, let me just use another view and provide flex property 1 to all of 3. Let's say green. As you can see, now it's taking the same space. Now the screen is divided into 3 same size of blocks. Now this dividing is happening column wise. So we can also use flex direction property. If I specify this to row, then what will happen is this. Now the screen will divide into 3 equally spaced but vertically. As you can see, you can write as many as view component, doesn't matter, because the ultimate division of the space will be the same, because all the component has the flex 1. Let me just provide a different color over here. As you can see, let me just remove the flex direction. As you can see, so this is basically how you can use the flex and flex direction. So divide the screen into multiple parts and you can position your components much better and much effectively. So that's for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn how you can use Modal. Modal is basically an additional screen which by default will appear as a pop-up screen. So whenever you have something to show up on pop-up screen, whenever you click on something or you perform some action, then in those cases you can use Modal, and we will learn this via a simple example. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code and just run it on any simulator. I'm running on iOS simulator. If you are using Windows machine, then you can also run it on Android simulator. So first of all, let me just put a text here and write down main screen, so that we need to first import the text. Okay, so main screen. So this is our main screen. Now let me just import the modal. Imported the modal. Let me just create a modal. These are modal. We can set it visible property to true or false. Let's set it to false first, and let me just write another text. Modal screen. Okay, let me just save it. So this is our main screen, and if I turn it to true, let me just put it on a view first, otherwise the text will go out of the screen. And provide style property to it. Okay, let me just save it. So this is our modal screen. As soon as I turn visible property to true, So if I again turn it to false, we are back to our main screen. So this is the basic concept of Modal. Let us just create a small app in which user will insert his name and age, and on the Modal screen their name and age will be displayed. So first of all, we need some kind of button on both the screen, so that one button will open the Modal from the main screen and one button on the Modal screen, so that we can close it, because this is we are doing this changing invisible property in the code. Actual user will only have this app, so he needs some kind of mechanism so that he can go back to the main screen. So for that, we'll be declaring state. Let's say open. Let's say it open, and we can change the when we can change this state on the button click. By default, it will be false, because when user first open the app, we do not let him to see the modal screen. Then another is for name, to store the name of the user. It will maybe an empty string. Age. Let's set it to 0. Okay. So let us first import the text input. Remove this. Text input. Let's provide some styling input. Let's just provide the background color. Let's say pink. Margin top 20. Let's also provide the padding. Okay, so on these, let us also provide placeholder, name, and on change text, whichever text user enter, we will be storing this into name state. Let me just copy this text input and age. Set age. Okay, so here we have two text box. The first one is for name and the second one is for age. Now let us create a button. Let us first import the button. Title will be click, and on press arrow function, we will be setting the open state to true. By default it's false, and when we click on this button, this one, it will set it to true. Let's change it to open. So this is our modal screen. Your name is name state, and you are years old. Let me just provide style. $20. Everything looks good. Just let me just type in the name, Bridget, and let me just enter the name. So now when I click on this button, the state property, the state of the open state will set to true as I provide here, and we'll be seeing this modal. And we also need a button on the modal screen. Let me just copy this, because user need to also close the modal. Close, and let's set it to false again. Okay, so now we are good to go. Bridget 24. Let me just click. Your name is Bridget and you are 24 years old. So now when I click on close, this button will activate and the false will be set to the open state and will be back on the main screen. So this is basically how you can use the modal. This is a very basic. This is the very basic example of modal. We will be seeing more example of using modal in our next videos. Thanks for watching. So in this video we will see how you can create your own component. So first of all, what is the component? We have been using multiple elements like text, view, input text, etc. in React Native project. So these all are nothing but the components. They are predefined components, and we can use them directly. The biggest advantage of an component is the reusability. Once you created the component, you can reuse the multiple times. You don't need to create every time you write a new code. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it in Visual Studio Code and run it on an simulator. I have open an iOS simulator. You can also run it on Android simulator if you are using Windows machine, and simply run the app by npm start. So first of all, what we were doing was that uh, we were writing all the elements, all the components directly into app.js file, like view component, text component, input text, etc. Now what we will do is that we create a new component and we write our all the app specification in that component, and then we import that component into here and use it. So first of all, let us create a new component. Just create a new file. Let me name it greeting. Okay, so first of all, we need to import React you also provide the extension of JS React from React. Have view and text. React Native. Let's also import the style. Provide the path. Okay, so now we need to write export statement. Export default will be going to declare a function and it has the same name as our component. Greeting. And we will be returning the view. Let's provide the style. So it is the same as app.js, as you can see. So now let me just create a text first of all. Let us first create a input text. Okay, so text input. Let me also import use state. So we will be creating a state which will hold the name entered by the user, and on the button click app will simply greets the user. Name, set name, Houston, will be an empty string. Okay, so text input. Let's provide a placeholder name. On change of text, whatever name user enters will be saving the into set name. Let us provide a style for the text input. Let's provide padding of 20, background color of, let's say, yellow. Style is equal to styles dot input. Let me just save it. You are not saying anything over here because we have not yet imported the greeting component into app.js. Let me create a button. Title of the button will, let's say, Great. And on press event, we will be console log name. Okay, so let me just save it. Now we go back to web.js. Here, let me just import the component that we have created, greeting from and the path. Now that we have created this component, we can use this component multiple times. So in app.js, we will simply use this component as we have been using predefined component, and let me just save it. As you can see, let me just enter my name. As you can see over here, so let me just delete it. As you can see, let me use it 2 times. You can see we have 2 screens just we have created in this one. So this is the biggest advantage of create your own component. Once we create this own component, let's say in the real life application, when you have multiple screens and you have to use this type of view and the functionality in multiple screens, so you can simply create this one as a component and you can use it multiple times. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video, we will see how you can use props and what's the use of it. So basically props are just the argument, the data that we want to pass from one component to another component. We have been using predefined component like text input, text, view, image, and if you notice that we have been also using the props that are predefined. Let's say if I import text component, button component, if I say button, this is a predefined component. Now to provide the name of the button, I write title. Let's say click. Let me just say, and the title is nothing but a prop. It's a predefined prop. So we are providing the name click to be appear on the top of the button. That is the prop. Image has the source props and etc. So in our last video we saw that how you can create your own manual component. So in this video we'll be creating a small app. We'll be creating a text input in which user enter their name, and when user press a button, then the name will be displayed on the bottom of the screen. But that part, for that we will be creating a new component, and we will be passing that name value whichever entered by the user to the another component. So let me just delete it, and let me just import text input. We'll be creating a state for saving the name. Let's say name, set name. use state. By default it will be an empty string. Text input, placeholder. Placeholder is also a predefined props for the text input. Name and change text. Whenever user enter on this text input, the text will be storing into the name state. Let me just save it. Let me provide. Let me change the background to pink. Let me add. Okay, padding is already there. Okay, so it's created. Now let's create a button. Title is another predefined props. Title will be so. Okay, so for the display, let us create a component. Let's name it display.js. First of all, we need to import React from React. Let us import view and text from React Native. Import style. From styles. Okay. Now we need to export default function. The function name will be display. We will be returning a view and a text. Let us style this view. Down container. Now the text. Let's create another. Let's say text. Font size will be 20. Color, let's say blue. Okay, so in display, let us go install. Let me just save it. No, I'm not JS. Let me just import display from display. Okay, everything is good now. So what we will be using is props. Here we'll be using display. We'll be passing, let's name it name. The props name will be the name, and we are passing the name, this name. And in display, here, just like we write functions and take the argument, we write props. Here, hello props dot name. Welcome to our app. Let me just save it. Okay, so here what I have done is I have created a text input in which user will enter his name, and will be setting the name into this name state, and we are passing the name as a props to display component that we have just created. And to fetch that props, we need to mention props here in the argument section in the function, and we can use it just like that. Okay, so let me just write, let's have to change. So as you can see, so basically this is how you can create your own component and pass props between the components. Let me just write another name. Let's say Tony. We do not need to create actually this button because we write function on change text. So while we are writing, it's changing in real time. Okay, so this is how you can pass props between multiple screens or components. Thanks for watching. So in our last video, we saw how you can use props to pass arguments between the components. In this video, we will see another example of props, but this time we will pass multiple props. You can also pass multiple props at the time. So create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I opened the iOS simulator here. You can also use Android simulator if you are using Windows machine, and just run it by npm start. So what we will do here is that we will create two text input elements. First one for the name for the user, and second one is the age. And when user enter the age, app will determine if he or she is able to drink or not, and those results will be printing on the another component which will which will which we will create. So we will pass name and age as the props. So first of all, let me just create two state. First one for the username, by default it will be an empty string. New string, by default it will be 0. First of all, let me just import the text input. So here in view, I'll be creating a text input. Placeholder will be name. On change text, we'll be setting whatever the text user input into the name state. Let me also apply the style. I already created the input style, padding, background color. Let me just add margin top. Okay, so this is our first text input. Let me just copy it, paste it, age, set age. Okay, so let me just save it. So we have two input box here. First one is for the name and second one is for the age. Now let us create another component. Let me name it display.js. Here we need to write import statement first. Import react from react, import view from React Native. Also we import this style. Okay, so now we write export default function name will be display, and we will return a view component just like the app.js. Let me write the text. Here we print the username. Okay, so let me just import the display. Okay, let me just use this component here. Now we will be passing name and age. We are passing two props at the same. So now we are passing two props at the same time. The first one is name and the second one is age. Now let us get back to display. Write props here. Here we will write a if statement. If props dot age is greater than or equal to 18, we'll provide an alert dot alert notice. Let's say title and you can drink. Here we also write the user's name, props dot name. Let me just save it. Let me also save it. Now, so we have created two text input and one component display, and we are passing two props, name and age. We are receiving these props here. We are using age for the computation, and we'll be displaying name. So let me just enter. As you can see, our name is displayed here. Let me also just provide style property. Okay, and age, let's say if I enter 24, it says you can drink, and if it's less than 24 then nothing will happen. We can also modify these to say you cannot drink, or you need to wait this much of years to be able to drink. Let's say 20. You can drink. So basically this is how you can use multiple props at the same time. You can create your own component and pass as many as props as you want. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn about one new component. It's called switch button. It's a special type of button which renders either true or false. It means it renders boolean values. Uh, you may have seen this type of boolean buttons on websites and many of the apps. Let me just show you. This button here is called a switch button. You can toggle it and set it to true or false. So let us create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator. If you are running this on Windows machine, you can also use Android emulator, and just run the app by npm start. So first of all, you need to import the switch component from React Native, and it renders boolean values. So we will create a state, let's say is enabled, and the function to set this state, by default it will be false, because by default the switch button will be in false condition. Now let us use the switch. It's a self-closing component. It has multiple props. Let us just see them one by one. The first one is track color. The track color is the color of this track, this gray one and the green one. You can see here in the image, when the button is in false condition, the track is green, and when we toggle it, it's in gray. So just like that, we can provide two values for the track color. The first one is for false condition and the second one is for true. Let's say when the button is in false condition, we need track color to be red, and where it's in true condition, we need track color in green. The second one is the thumb color. Thumb color is basically this noble, as you can see. You can provide two colors also for this thumb color. One is for true and one is for false. So we have already declared the true and false value for this state. We can use that is enabled. If it's true, then let me provide yellow. Otherwise it will be, let's say, pink. Let me also use small letter here. Okay, so when this switch button is enabled, it will, the thumb color is yellow, otherwise it will be in pink. Now on value change, in on value change we need to provide a function which toggles between true and false. Let me name it toggle switch, and let me just declare the function toggle switch. We will use this set enabled. Here we'll be using a condition, let's say previous state. First we will compare the current state of this switch button. If it's false, then we turn it to true, and if it's true, we turn it to false. If it's true, it turns into false, and if it's false, it turns into true. And last, value. What is the value of this switch button? So we have created a state is enabled which holds either true or false boolean value. We also created a function toggle switch which will take care of this current state of this button and toggle it accordingly. Here the component itself, the track color, we provided track color for false and true condition. Thumb color, if it's true, it will be in yellow color, otherwise it will be in pink. And on value change, we are calling this toggle switch function and set its value to the switch component. Let me just save it. So as you can see, here is our button. So first of all, the thumb color is in pink because currently it's in false condition, it's not in true condition. So when I toggle the button, the thumb color will turn to yellow. So one thing you have noticed here is that here I provided track color in false condition to be red, but it's in gray. So this is one thing you need to remember when you are creating app for iOS devices, because this noble is very left hand side. It's almost touching to the border of the track. So to change this extra color, the gray one, you need to write one more property which is called iOS background color. Let me just change this to red, and then you will see this gray color will turn into red, as you can see. If you are creating app for Android devices, then text color will work fine. Otherwise, you need to use iOS background color. So when now I toggle the button, it turns true and the text color will turn to green. Thumb color also turn to pink. As you can see, the thumb color is turned to yellow because it's true, and the text color turns to green because you provided green color into the text color. We can also console.log value changed, so that you can see if you can, or you want to perform any tasks, you can perform these tasks here. You can also provide if else condition based on its current state. So that's it for this video. We will see an example where we will be using these multiple switch buttons in our next video. Thanks for watching. So in our last video we saw that how you can create a switch button, and in this video we will see an example where we can use the switch button. So basically in real life scenario, you should have seen the switch button in settings in Android and iOS both, where we provide some permission to some applications like location permission, mic permission, storage access, etc, etc. So it is the best way to use the switch button. It can be either true or false, or on or off. So we will create a similar type of app in which we will provide 3 switch button. First one is for location, second one is for mic, and third one is for storage, and user can basically turn on and off, and the text will change accordingly. So first of all, create a project in React Native and open it in Visual Studio Code. And I have already opened the iOS simulator, and you can also run it on the Android emulator if you are using the Windows machine, and simply run it by npm start. So first of all, we need to create 3 state for 3 individual switch. First one, let's say location, set location. By default, the value is false. Second one is for mic, and the third one is for storage. False. Now let me just import the switch button. Here we create a switch component and we provide the props. The first prop is the track color. The false one when the switch button is turned off. Let's say the text should be red. When true, it should be green. Next one is the thumb color. We can provide a comparison here. If the button is on, then the thumb color let's say black, and when the button switch button is turn on, it changes to some other color. But here I want it to remain the same, so let's provide black. iOS background, as I have explained in my last video, if you are creating this for iOS, then you should provide the iOS background color explicitly, because this one will not affect it. That's the red. On value change, here we'll pass a function, let's say toggle location, and the value will be location. Let me just create the function toggle location, set location, previous state, previous state. So if button is already true, then it turn to false, and if it's false, then it will turn to true. And let me just write the text here. Let's say location is, and will provide a condition based on the location. If it's true, then location is on, otherwise is off. Let me provide style also. I already created the text styling. Let me just save it. Okay, we need to import the text first. Let me just save it again. As you can see, currently location is off, and when I location is on. Now let me just copy paste this. And the function this will be for mic, this one will be for storage, storage is, we provide storage here. So based on the storage state, we change the function to toggle storage. Okay, mic, toggle mic, it will be based on the mic. Let me just save it. As you can see, if I focus is on, mic is on, storage is on, mic is off. So as you can see here, we have created three text: location, storage, and the mic. And based on the three state, location, storage, and mic, we are changing the boolean values of those switch buttons. So basically this is how you can use the switch buttons for settings. And let me just tell you that this example can be done in a better way. We can create a custom component for switch button so that we can remove this redundancy. You can see here we have to copy paste this line of code 3 times, but we can create a custom component for this switch and we can use it here. We will see that example in our next video. Thanks for watching it. So in our last video we saw an example of using switch button. We created a setting bar like this, and we used switch buttons to turn it off, on and off. And I told you that it's not an optimized way to do this task. We can create a custom component for switch button and use it in the app.js. So in this video we'll be creating a custom switch component. So you can learn how you can create multiple custom component and reuse it. It saves you much time because you can reuse as many as times you want. So first of all, create a React Native project if you have not already, and also run an iOS simulator or an Android simulator, and simply do npm start to preview the app in the emulator. So first of all, we need to create a new file for the new component. Let's name it custom switch.js. Okay, first we need to import React. Then we need to import view as well as switch from React Native. Then we need to import styles from styles. Now we write export statement, export default function. The name of the function will be the name of the file, custom switch, and we will be returning a view component. Okay, so let us create switch. It's a self-closing component. Now let us provide all the props. First of all, the track color. For the false value, let me just say red. For the true, let's say green. Now the thumb color. Here we have selected black for the thumb color, so here as well we'll be selecting black. Now as I told you earlier, we need to provide iOS background explicitly if you are creating this for an iOS device. Okay, now this is a custom component that we are creating. So when we use that custom switch over here, we need two things to pass to that custom component. First one is this state, and the second one is this function that we have created here. So we need to write props here. On value change, we are calling the function props. Let's say toggle switch. The function name will be toggle switch, and value, let's say, is enabled. So when we use custom switch component into app.js, we'll be passing state into this is enabled props, and this toggle location, toggle mic, and toggle storage function to this toggle switch prop. So let me just save it. Now get back to app.js. Now we need to import custom switch from custom switch. Now let me just delete all this code. We do not require it anymore. Let me just save it. As you can see, the location is there because I have not deleted the text. Here, let me use it our custom component, custom switch. Let me just pass, first of all, is enabled. The state we are passing is location. Toggle switch prop, we are passing, first of all, set location. Now let me just save it if it works. Okay, sorry for that. We need to write props.is enabled because we are passing this as a prop. Okay, red. Okay, now it's fine because on iOS background color I also provided the black by mistake. So okay, so here we are. Now it looks the same as before, but the only difference is the code is much less. Let me just test if it works. It works perfectly. Location is on and green, track color change to red, and location is off. So these are, you can create custom switch component. Let me just copy this much. Let me change it to mic. We need to write state mic. Set mic. Storage. Let me just save it. As you can see, it looks exactly the same as before, but the difference is we have minimized the code. This is a much better way to write this app because we only need to write this switch component part once and we can reuse it as many as time we want. So this is not just about the switch button. You can create any custom component in which if you feel like you have lots of redundancies in your code, and you can shift that code into a custom component and you can reuse multiple times. So thanks for watching it. So in this video, we will see how we can create a custom button component. In our last video, we saw that how you can create a custom switch component. So in this video, we will create a normal button, but we will provide styling to it and we will create as a separate file so we can reuse it multiple times. So open Visual Studio Code and open it on open a React Native project, and I already opened iOS simulator. As if you are using Windows machine, you can use Android simulator. So first of all, for creating a new button component, we need to create a new file. We will name it custom button.js. Okay, so first of all, in app.js, we will be creating a text input in which user will enter their name, and by clicking the button, we will simply display it on the console. So for that, we need to create a state. Let's say name, set name. By default, it will be an empty string. Text input, placeholder, name. On change text, will be storing the text whichever is their input into set name. Okay, so here now we create a new custom button. First of all, we need to import React. Then we need to import view, text, and touchable opacity. We need to import style from styles. Okay, so export default function. The name of the function will be custom, same as the file. Touchable opacity. Okay. We create a view and a text. This text will be the name of the button, and we passing that through the props. So the name will be props dot name. Okay, so here for view, we will create a style. Let's say styles dot button. For text, we will be creating style called styles.text, let's say. Now we need to create those styling. First of all, button. Okay, so first of all, we need to assign background color. Let's say yellow. Then we apply padding, let's say of 15. We align items so that the text will be in center. Width of this button, let's say 50%. Self align will also be center. We need this button to be at the center. Let us also provide the border width, let's say 5. The border color green. Background color yellow, padding 15, with 50%, border with 5, and border color green. Now let me create style for text. First of all, font size will be 20. Color will be, let's say, blue. Then font weight bold. Okay, let me just save it. Okay, looks fine. Okay, so on touchable opacity, on press, we will be passing the function, let's say click. So in app.js, let me just provide style for the text input. Okay, so here user will enter the name. So in order to create this, use this custom button, we need to first of all import custom button from custom button. Now we can use this custom button. First of all, the name. The name props will be name. So let's name it. Let's name it push. And the function will be click props. So for that we need to create a function. Let's say click me. Console.log name. Okay. So in app.js, click will be click me. Now let me just save it. And here, if I let me just toggle the software keyboard. Here, if I write my name, and I press on push. Here, as you can see, it appears on the console. Let's say Tony. So these are, we can create a custom button component and use it multiple times. If I want to use second time, I can use it, and let me name it pull this time. As you can see, it works the same because we are passing the same functions over here. In styles, in button, we can also provide margin top. Okay, so these are basically, you can create a custom component. It's just not about the button, you can get as many as you want, and we do not need to styles again and again and provide these provide these values again and again. We can simply create a new file and create a custom component and pass, and through passing the props we can reuse it multiple times. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will see how you can create a activity indicator. Activity indicator is basically a loader in real life scenarios. In whenever you use an app and you press something or swipe up and down, you obviously see a loader or activity indicator. It means that the server is trying to fetch data from the backend, and in the meantime they are showing you the loader so that you can come to know that the process is going on, and after few seconds you get your data. So just like that, we will create an app in which we will be creating a text input in which user will enter their name, and when we press button, activity indicator will be shown for 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds we will get our alert. So just open a React Native project and open it in Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator. If you are using Windows machine, then you can open Android simulator. Okay, so let me just clear this terminal. Okay, so first of all, let me just import text input. Placeholder, enter your name, and change text. When a user start typing it, the text whichever user inputs will be saving this in name state. Let us first of all create that state. By default it will be in empty string. Let us also create a state for the activity indicator for the boolean value to turn it on and off. Let me just name it show. By default it will be turn off, so it will be false. Let me give some styling to text input. Let's say background color yellow, padding will be 20. Let me just save it. So here is our text input. Now let me just import activity indicator. Let me just show you guys how it will look. The first prop that we can provide is size. We can provide either large or small. Let me provide large. You can also provide color. Let's say red. Okay, so let me just save it. As you can see, let me provide margin bottom. It also has one more props. It calls animating. By default, it will be true. Animating means whether it should be visible or not. If it's true, then it's visible, and if I write false, then it disappears. Okay, so now let us create a button. Title of the button will be show. On press event, we will be creating a function. Let's say click me. Now let us create that function. Const click me. So first of all, let us use this show state in animating. By default, it will be false. So when user click on the button, we will change show state to true, so then user can see the indicator. Now the indicator will stay on the screen for 3 seconds, and for that I'll be using set timeout. Here we can provide the number of seconds. Let's say 3000 milliseconds. It's in milliseconds. So whatever I write in this function set timeout, it will get called after 3 seconds. So after 3 seconds, I want show state to be false. Let us write alert. Welcome to our app. Let us also console the name that user enters. Let me just save it. So here I have applied show state to animating, and by default it's false. So when I click on show, it should set this show state to true. Then after 3 seconds, it will pop an alert. and the print name of the console. So let me just write my name. Let me just click. As you can see, the indicator is shown. After 3 seconds, it appears welcome to our app, and it also write the name of the console. Let me just save it to, let's say, 2 seconds. And Tony, as you can see, and 21. So basically, this is how you can use loader or activity indicator in your app. In our future videos, we will learn how to fetch the data from the API, and in there we will use this activity indicator. So in the meantime, when we are fetching the data from the API, we show this activity indicator to the users. So thanks for watching. Hello friends, welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video, we will learn about a new component. It's called SectionList. SectionList is just like a flat list, but here we can display the list with which have sections. So basically, in a simple list, all the members of that list falls under the same category, but it is not the case with the section list. Let me just show you an example. If I write, let's say, pizza, burger, so here you can call this a list. We can display this list as a flat list. But if we have this type of list, let's say main items, and under the main items we have pizza, and drinks. So here I have created a section list because there are basically 6 members in this list, but 3 of them falls under main items and 3 of them falls under drinks. So this is the basic difference between a section list and a normal list. So in this video we will learn how you can create a section list. If you are fine using the flat list, you can use the flat list in all the scenarios, but in that you have to create multiple flat list for multiple sections. So let us start with the section list. First of all, we need to create some data which we will be show in our section list. Each sections consist of a title and the corresponding data. So we will be creating an object, title, main items, and the corresponding data is pizza, and let's say burger. Let's create another section. Let me call it sites. French fries, onion rings, etc. Now drinks. Coca-Cola, let's say Sprite, water, etc. Desserts, ice cream, and let's say cake. So we have created data which has basically 4 sections: main items, sides, drinks, and desserts, and we have corresponding data. Now let us create a function which will be responsible displaying the corresponding list. This pizza, burger, french fries, onion rings, Coca-Cola, Sprite, whatever the corresponding list that is displayed via these functions. Let me call it item. We'll be passing each, let's say title, here, view, let me move on some styling, we will create a style called item. Text, and title. This is not a usual function. You cannot uh, call it by just typing the name and providing the small brackets. We will see in where we write the code for the section list. Styles down. Let's say we will create a title. Okay. So now it's time to create section list. First of all, we need to import this section list here. We also need to import text and section list. It's the same closing element. Let's provide the data, and you also need to run it on the iOS simulator. If you are using Windows machine, you can also use Android simulator. Okay, so basically we will provide these sections. In this case, our section is data that we have created over here. Then we provide key extractor, just like we provided in the FlatList. This time it will be an item index, and it will be combine of item and index. It will be a unique ID for all the element, all the sections basically. Now render item. Each item we will call a item, and here we will use item. Title basically the item that we will encounter on each iteration. We are using this over here. Now render sections header. Now we are talking about these headers: main item, sites, drinks, and desserts. Section, title, will be displaying in a text, which will be ultimately the title. Render section header means drinks, desserts, sides, and main items. We'll call it a section and pass the title, and with each iteration we saw the title under the text. Let us provide some style property as well. Let me name it header. Okay, so the main code is done. Now let's come to the styling part. First of all, the individual item. Let's say background color, yellow. Padding, let's say of 20. We also need to provide margin top and bottom, so we provide margin vertical instead. Let us say 10, so that there will be gap from top and bottom between each item. Now for the header, let's say font size will be, let's say 30. Okay, we need only header, font size, and title. Title means each individual list, and that font size will be, let's say 25. Let me just save the styling. Now just let me save the app.js if it works. Okay, it works fine. As you can see, main items, sides, drinks, and desserts. You can also scroll down. Pizza, burger, french fries. These are the individual items. This is responsible for each section handles: main item, sides, drinks, desserts. And this over here render item is responsible for all the corresponding data. We can also include more, let's say roles pi. Let me just save it. As you can see, so this is basically how you can create a section list. If you are using much more simpler version of FlatList, so you can also use FlatList, but whenever you have section, it is much better way to use it because you don't need to create multiple flat lists for that. So thanks for watching it. So in our last video we saw that how you can create section list. When you have sections in your list, then you can use section list. It is uh, it is more useful when you have partitions in your list, and each partition has a different header. So we created something like this in our last video. I've just decreased the font size for the header and the individual items. But if I have another set of data, let's say data 2, and in that I have completely different types of information which are not related to this one, then I need to create a different section list, and I have to create this, I have to write this line of code again and again. So in this video we will create a custom component for this section list, and so whenever we need to use the section list, we just use that custom component and pass the data. We don't need to write this much of codes again and again. It's about reusability. So let me just delete this section list over here. Let me just say we do not want section list and text over here. Let me just save it. Okay, so let me just create a new file. Let's say custom section list.js. Okay, so first of all we need to import React from React. We need to import view text and section list from React Native. Then we need to import styles as well. Okay, so export default function. The function name will be same as the file, custom section list, and we will be returning a view component. This much remains the same as the app.js file. Now here we write props. Whichever data we passed from app.js we receive here in the props. So first of all let me create the item function that we have earlier. Title of individual item, view, and text. Let me display title. This is for the individual item, pizza, burger, french fries, etc. So we also created style. We already created style from our past project, so we just use it over here. Okay, so now we use section list. First of all, the sections, our main data, it will be props.data, whichever data we passed from the app.js. Then key extractor, as I did earlier, item, then index, item plus index. Now the render item, each item title, item. These were the individual items. We pass the item and the title. Over each iteration, we get pizza, burger, french fries, onion ring, etc. Now the render section header. Section. Each individual section has a title, we display this title in text. We already created styles for this header. Styles dot header. This one over here title is represent these main items, sides, drinks and desserts. When we are displaying the title over text. So that's it. We have already created a custom component. Let me just save it. App.js. We need to import custom section list from custom section list. Now we can use that component over here. We just need to pass the data. Let me save it. Let me just see if it works. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. It works the same. And if I need to create another, let me just sort on this list. We do not need this much. Okay, so let me just create another. Let's say data 2. Title will be, let's say, OS. Android, iOS. Let's say computer, Windows, Linux, Mac. Okay, now we just need to copy paste these over here. We just write data to. Let me just save it. As you can see, it works perfectly fine, and each one has its unique scroll view. As you can see, its scrolls property is individual from this one. So basically, this is how you can create custom section list component. So if I did not, if I would not create this custom section list, then I have to create this data to that I have to create, and I write this line of code again and again. So we shift that code into a different file and create a custom component, and we can use that custom component over here, and we just need to pass the data. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn about a new component which is called Pressable. It's a new component that is introduced by React Native. So Pressable is basically a core component wrapper which detects the pressable interaction among its child component. It means that if we wrap these wrapper component around any button, text, or any component, it can detect how many times the component is pressed, whether it's pressed or not, how long does it pressed, etc. So in this video we will learn how you can use pressable component. Open a Visual Studio Code and create a React Native project. I've already opened the iOS simulator. If you are using Windows machine, then you can also use Android simulator. First of all, let me just import the text and pressable component. Okay, let me declare pressable component. Now let me write the text. Let's say press me. Okay. Let's also provide style. I already created text styling. Here, as you can see. Okay, so first of all, let me just create a state which can track how many times the button is pressed. Let me say count, set count. By default, we provide 0. On pressable, let's say on press, set count, we will set to count plus 1. Let me just display that count over here. Let me just save it. If I press this, as you can see, it increases every time I press. Now we want some interaction, like if I press this, user doesn't know if it gets pressed or not. So let me just provide condition over here. We can use pressed props. Pressed. Let me wrap this in an array. Let me change the background color. If it pressed, then background color will be, let's say, red, and when it pressed out, background color will be yellow. We have already background color yellow because currently it is not pressed. Let us just see if it works. If I pressed it, it'll change to red, and when I remove my cursor, it again changed to yellow. This way, user gets to know whether it's pressed or not. Let us also do one thing. We also change the text over the button. Press me. Let us use pressed over here as well. Let me just copy paste it. So if it pressed, then text change to pressed. If it doesn't pressed, and to press me. Let's say if it works. Currently the button color is in yellow and the text over it is press me. When I press it, the background color changed to red and the text also changed to pressed. When I remove it, as you can see, so basically this is the use of pressable component. You can wrap any component over the pressable. You can wrap button, you can wrap list, you can also wrap the entire flat list, and you can track the press interaction, whether it's pressed or not. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn about a new component. It's called RefreshControl. RefreshControl is basically a component which we can use with ScrollView or ListView to add pull to refresh functionality. I'm sure you have all seen in real-time application when you have a list on the screen and you pull the list, or we can say that you can scroll from top to bottom, then there will be an activity indicator on the top of the screen just below the status bar, and after some time, after few seconds, you get the new data from this server. So this type of functionality we can achieve with RefreshControl component. So create a React Native project and open it in Visual Studio Code and run it on either iOS simulator or Android simulator. I have already opened the iOS simulator. So first of all, let me just import text, ScrollView, and RefreshControl. We'll be using RefreshControl component inside the ScrollView. let's say ScrollView. In this ScrollView, we have a prop called RefreshControl, and inside of it we'll be using RefreshControl component. RefreshControl component basically have two props. The first one is refreshing. Refreshing basically takes boolean value. First of all, let me just set it to false first. And the second one is on refresh. On refresh, in on refresh props, we basically provide a function which will called when user pull the list. So let me just first of all change the background color to, let's say, yellow, so you can know the differences clearly. Let me just set it to true, and when I press it, as you can see, this is our activity indicator. Let me just put a text here also, pull to refresh. Okay, so first of all, let me just create a state which will take care of this refreshing value. Refresh, on, refresh. By default, it will be false. We'll be using that value over here. Disappear because the by default value is false. So let me just create a function const, let's say pull me. When user pull the list, first of all we set the refresh value, set refresh to true. Then we set timeout. Let's say after 4,000 milliseconds. So when we call this function, the refresh state change to true, so user can see the activity indicator. Then after 4 seconds we will set to false again. Let me just save it, and here we will pass that function on refresh pull me. Let me just save it. So now what we have done is we have created a state called refresh, and by default value is false. And in scroll view we are using refresh control component, and refreshing value is refresh state, which is false by default. And on refresh event we are calling the function pull me. In pull me, when pull me called, we are setting this refresh state to true, so that user can see the activity indicator, and after 4,000 milliseconds or 4 seconds it turned to false. So we can assume that user gets the data. So let me just save it, and when you pull down, as you can see, it stay for the 4 seconds. Let me just increase this. Let me just increase this to 10,000 milliseconds, which means 10 seconds. Let me just pull it. As you can see, it works perfectly. So in our future videos, when we learn how you can fetch data from the API in React Native, we will be using these refresh control component effectively. There I will show you how you can use it properly in real-time application to fetch the data from the API, and it takes some seconds to refresh the data, and in the meantime user will be showing the user this activity indicator. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn about a new component which is called accessory view component, and this component is specifically designed for iOS devices. So it's a special type of component which always stays on the top of the keyboard. So whenever you toggle the keyboard, you can see it attached on the top of the keyboard, and you can assign any input relation customization functionality to that button. And remember one thing, that it only works with the iOS devices. It will not work with the Android devices. So create a React Native project and open it in Visual Studio Code. And I already opened the iOS simulator, and you also need a iOS simulator to test the app. So let me just import the text here. And input accessory view. Also input text. Okay, so we will be creating an app where there will be a text input in which user can enter any information, and whenever we toggle the keyboard, there will be a button attached to that keyboard, and it will be called clear text. So whenever user press clear text, the data will be deleted from the text box. You do not need to press the delete button of the keyboard multiple times. You can directly use this button. So first of all, let me just create a state for the information. Let's say info, set info. By default it will be an empty string. Now this is the most important part. You need to create a unique ID which you can assign to any text input. So take this ID we will be using in two places, in the text input and the input accessory view component, so that the device can understand that these both components are correlated. So it will only work with the component which have same input accessory view ID. Let me just save it as ID text input. First of all, the placeholder. Let's enter any information. Then on change text, whichever text is the input, we will be saving this in set info. The value of this text input will be info itself. Let us provide styling. I've already created the input. Let me just change it to, let's say, yellow. Okay, so now we need to provide this input accessory view ID over here. So we set input accessory view ID to the ID that we have created over here. Now let us create the function. Other than, we'll be creating a button. Title of that button will be clear text. On press event, arrow function, we will be setting the information back to the empty string. So what have I done here is I've created a state for the info which user enters via this text input. We have created input accessory view ID which we are using over here, and we also need to assign this here in the native ID. And we created a button, so this button will now be part of this input accessory view. This is our special button that we have created. It will stay on the top of the keyboard every time you toggle, and when we press on clear text, it will clear the text input. Let me just save it. As you can see, we have clear text attached to the keyboard. Now let me just type anything. Let's say my region. Now if I press clear text, it should remove the text. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. Let me write Tony. So this is basically how you can create a special type of component called input accessory view. It's just like an accessory attached to the pre-built component. And remember one thing, you cannot use this component with Android devices. You can only use this with iOS devices. It is specially designed for iOS devices. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video, we will learn about all the props that you can use with the text component. We have been using text component for almost all in our videos. So but we are not using all the props that React Native provides us. So in this video, we will learn how you can use each props that provided by us, that provided to us by React Native. So first of all, you need to create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I have already opened the iOS simulator and preview the app. You can also use Android simulator if you are using Windows machine. But there are some props also. There are some props which only supported in Android devices, and there are also some props which only supports iOS device. So keep that in mind. So first of all, we need to import the text component over here. Text. For using each props, let me just a style over here, styles, and we will be creating a text, and we'll be using each props over here. So we need a paragraph. Let me just go to Google. Let me just type Tech Bruce. It's my blog. Let me just click on any of the article. Let me just copy this much. Now let me just save it. As you can see, we have our paragraph over here. Now let us see the props that is provided by React Native. First of all, the color prop. It is basically used to change the color of the text. We have been using these props in our videos. You can change it to any of the color you want. You can also type hexadecimal values also. Let me just change it to black. The second prop is font family. There are multiple font families you can use. I just found a good website. It has many font families that you can use with React Native. It's supported for iOS, and it's supported for Android. These are supported for iOS. So let me just let me use this one. Let me just as you can see, font family is changed. Let me use something else. As you can see, the font family is changed. We can also use the basic Arial font. Let me just go with it. So the next one is font style. It can be normal, it can be italic. Let me just change it to italic. And it's as you can see, it's slightly changed to italic. The next one is font weight. You can provide 100 to 900 and bold and normal. Let me just provide 400. Let us see the change. Let me provide higher value. As you can see, you can notice the difference now. Let me just change it to bold and change it to normal again. The next prop is letter spacing. The space between the letters. Let me just put any number, letter J 2. As you can see, if I put R values, you can notice the difference. Let me just put 1 over here. Now the text align. Basically you can provide values like auto, center, justify, left and right. Let me just put it center. Now it is center. If I provide right, the text will fall into the right hand side. Let me just write auto. Now the next one is text decoration line. So we have multiple text decoration lines like underline, line through and underline, line through both. Let me just go with the underline. As you can see, the text is now underlined. We can also write line through. Now it's line through. If we want both, we can write underline and line through as well. Let me just go with the underline for now. We can also change the line color, text decoration color. Let me change it to yellow. As you can see, now let me change it to red. You can also set the decoration line color. Now the next prop is only available on iOS devices. Text decoration style. The style of the lines. You can provide dashed, dotted, double, solid. Let me just go dotted. As you can see, the line is now dotted. You can also use dashed, just like that. Now let me just delete that. The next one is text transform. We have 4 values here: capitalize, lowercase, and uppercase. It is self-explanatory. If you are using capitalize, then every first alphabet of each word will be capital. If you are in lowercase, then it will be in lowercase. So these are basically the main props that provided by React Native to us. You can use any of them according to your needs. There is also one. It's very basic. You can also provide font size. Let me just say 20. So these are basically the props that you can use with the text component. So thanks for watching it. So in this video, we will learn about all the props that we can use with the view component. View is the very basic component. We use it almost in all our applications because we return one view, and in that view we create our all the designing and styling. So in this video we will see the props that are provided to us by React Native. So just create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator. If you are running it on Windows machine, then you can run it on Android simulator. And by default one view is created. I have created a style. It's called container, and in styles.js file we will use all the props. First of all, the very basic one is background color. We can provide any background color. Let's say red. We need to provide flex is 1. We have separate video already on flex and how to use flex. We provide some padding. Let's say 20. Margin 20. Let me put margin to 50. So the next prop is border, bottom width. Here we can provide border over here and control the width. Let me say 10. As you can see, the width over here Let me just increase it to 20, and just like that you can provide border on each of side. Let's say border top width 10, border left width 30, border right width say 15. As you can see, now we can also change the color of this individual border. Let's say border bottom color, let me change it to yellow. As you can see, it changed to yellow. Just like that we can provide coloring to each of the side. Border top color, let's say blue. Border left color will be orange, and border right color will be green. Let me just save it. As you can see, each side has now individual color. Now we can also provide the radius of individual corner or say border. Let's say border bottom left radius, it means this radius, that means 20. As you can see, let me just increase it, let's say 50. You can see the changes over here. Just like that, border bottom left radius, let me provide it to 70. Okay, we already provide the left hand side, now right hand side. As you can see, let me increase it to 100. As you can see, just like that, border top left radius, let's say 30. 80. As you can see, now border top right radius, let's say 50. As you can see, so these are you can provide radius to individual border. Now if you want to provide the border radius or border width to all the uh, sides at once, and you need it to be the same, then you don't need to write the bottom top left and right individually. Let me just delete it first. Let me just save it. Now the border width is gone. Now I can simply write border width, let's say 30, and it will apply to all the side. We also don't need this. If you want all the side to be the same color, we can provide border color, as you can see, and if you want radius to be the same, then you can write border radius, it's at 30. Now it all the same. Let us go 90. Just like the another one is opacity. Opacity is the transparency of the view component. 0 means it will be non-visible and 1 means it will be perfectly visible. We can provide 0.2, so it becomes slightly transparent. 5, 9. By default it will be 1 because we will see it completely. If I write 0, it will disappear. 0 point, let's say 4, just like that. So basically these are all the props that you can use with view component. These props are very basic. You can use it very easily, and you can also remember it very easily. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn about image props. There are multiple props that is provided to us by React Native, and we have been using image component in our multiple videos. So in this video we will learn all the props that we can use with the image component. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it in Visual Studio Code. And I've already opened the iOS simulator. You can open Android simulator if you are using the Windows machine. So first of all, what you need is an image. I have already imported the image in assets folder. This is our image. And we need to import now the image component. First of all, let us display the image in our app. We need to provide this source, require, then we need to provide the path. In assets we have this image. Let me just write it down. Now let me just save it. As you can see, this is our image. It is taking the entire screen. Let me just provide height and width. Height, let's say 100, width is 200. So this is our image. So first of all, if we learn about resize mode, we have various resize modes. By default it's cover. If I say cover, it doesn't make any difference. In cover, it tries to cover as many areas of the image in the height and width provided by us, and the rest of the area will be cut down. We have provide height 100 and width 200, so it will be create an rectangle and try to fit the image, and rest of the part will be cut down. And we can also provide values like contain, then it will create a rectangle of the height and width provided by us, and it will fit the image entirely. The third value will be stretch. Let me just save it. As you can see, it will first create a rectangle of the height and width 100 and 200, and then stretch the image to fit it entirely. It will not cut down any part, but it will stretch it. The next one is repeat. As the name suggests, let me just provide width, let's say 400. As you can see, it will try to fit the image entirely, and then if the width width is more than the image itself, then it will start repeating the image. And the final one is center. Center is nothing but it will start setting up the image from the center and goes to every direction, and the when height and width provided by us will be over, then it will cut down the rest of the part of the image. Okay, so let me just remove the resize mode for now. Or let me just provide contain. Now the border radius. At 400. Let me create a square. Okay, so the next one is border radius. And first of all, we will provide border width. Let's say 20. As you can see, by default the border color will be black. We can also provide border color. Let's say green, red. So these are you can provide the border color and border width. Now we can also provide the border radius. Let us provide the radius to the top left hand part. We will write border top left radius. Let us say 20. As you can see the curve over here, let me just increase it to 70. Let's say 50. Let us provide over here border bottom right radius. Let's say 50. As you can see, these are we can provide border radius. So the next one is we can provide the opacity as well. The minimum value is 0 and the maximum is 1. Let us provide 0.5. As you can see, the transparency, let us provide 0.2. Let's provide 0 and 1. It will be completely visible. Let us provide 0.8. And the last one is tint color. And the last one is tint color. Tint color will change the color of all the non-transparent pixel. So if I provide yellow, it will convert, it will color this whole image yellow over the top, as you can see. So basically these are all the props that you can use with an image component. Some of are not much of that use, but some of are you can use it in real-time applications. So thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn about touchable native feedback. It's a wrapper basically that gives proper response to touches in Android devices. Android and iOS both have unique response to the touches, to user touches. When you are interacting with a component on iOS devices, uh, you will see a different type of response when you touch the buttons and any other component. and just like that Android gives other types of response. So this touchable native feedback is specially for Android devices. That's why I have opened the Android's emulator over here. You cannot see this effect on iOS emulator, so keep that in mind. And first of all, create a React Native project and open it in Visual Studio Code. First of all, we need to import the text as well and the touchable native feedback. So when you touch on Android devices, you will get a ripple type of effect. I will show you in a minute. First of all, let me just create a state called ripple overflow. By default, it will be false. Now, let us create touchable native feedback. So in touchable native feedback, we need to provide some props on press. Whenever user press, we will set this exclamatory mark ripple overflow, so that when it will be false, it becomes true. The next one we prop that we need to provide it background. Touchable native feedback dot ripple. Now the color of that ripple, let's say red, and ripple overflow. So we provide boolean values as we have created the state for it, and the ripple color will be red. Now let me just create a view. Let me give some styling. We'll be create a touchable style. A text. Let's write touchable native feedback. Let's also give style to text. Now let us provide that styling. First of all, touchable. Let's provide flex 0.5. Border color will be black. Border width will be 1. Now for the text, let's say align self will be center. Let me just save this one. And let me just go through it again. We have created a state for ripple overflow for that animation. Then we have created a touchable native feedback component. Under that we have created a button. This is, here is our button, a view component and a text component inside of it. When we press, the ripple overflow function will set it to true, and background will be red with ripple effect. So let me just save this. So here you can see the touchable native feedback, and I've created a larger button so that you can notice the effect. Let me just click on it. As you can see, this type of effect we want from Android devices. It will create a ripple type of effect. So let me just change the color to blue, let's say. You can also create a state for, let me just say, const ripple color, let's say. Set ripple color, use state by default, let's say yellow, and you can use that ripple color over here. Let me just save it. As you can see, you can also create a function to randomize these color, so that every time you press the button you will get a different type of color. Let me change it to black. So this is how you can create a button and wrap this around touchable native feedback to provide more a rich experience to touch in Android devices. So that's it for this video, and keep that in mind that it will only works on Android devices. If you write this on iOS devices, you will not get any effect. So thanks for watching. So in this video we will learn about a new API that is provided by React Native. It is called ToastAndroid. If you have used Android devices earlier, that you know that when you are using some apps and when you perform some actions like clicking on buttons, you always see a text message at the bottom of the screen, which will disappear after a few seconds. It's called toast messages, and this React Native's Toast Android API exposes the Android platform's Toast Android module as a JavaScript module. So using this API, we can use the Android native Toast Android module, and this is only available for Android devices. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I already opened the Android simulator. You have to use an Android simulator, or you can use the physical Android device. Okay, so first of all, we need to import Toast Android. We also need to import button. So the Toast Android has three variants. The first one is uh, Toast Android itself, in which we provide a message, a string, and then we provide the duration. It will stay on the screen, like ToastAndroid.short or ToastAndroid.long. But there are also two variants of it. We can also use show with gravity, and we can also use show with gravity and offset. In show with gravity, we can provide the location on which the message will be displayed on the layout, like top, center and bottom. If we do not specify it, like toast in Toast Android, it will by default appear at the bottom of the screen. And the third one is gravity and offset. We can also provide offset with the gravity. We can provide the exact location where we want this to be appear on the layout. So we will see all of three methods. First of all, let me just create a function for showToast. ToastAndroid dot show. The first we need to provide the message itself. Let's say welcome to programming knowledge, and then we provide the time, the duration. ToastAndroid dot short. It will stay on the screen for few seconds. Now let me create another one. This time show toast with gravity. In this function we will be providing the we will be providing the location like top, bottom, or the center. Show with gravity. First of all, this string. Let me keep the string same. You can also create a variable for storing this string message. Short and ToastAndroid dot. Let me provide center. It will be shown at the center of the screen. Now third one is show toast with gravity and offset. ToastAndroid.show with gravity and offset. The first one will be the same, the string. The second one will be the duration. This time we will provide, let's say, long. It will stay for some few seconds more than this short period of time. Then the next we provide let the location, let's say bottom, and then we provide the offset, let's say 30. This means horizontally it will be over from the left hand side, it will be over here, and from the bottom it will be, let's say, 50. Okay, so now we just need to create button. Title. The first one will be show toast, and on press event we'll be calling show toast. The next one, title will be show toast with gravity. One press. Show toast with gravity. The final one will be show toast with gravity and offset. Okay, so we have created three functions. First of all, this show toast, where we are providing only string and the duration, and this show toast with gravity, we also specifying the location where we want our toast message to be appear. And the final one, in addition to this, we also provide the offset. So let me just save this. As you can see, we have three buttons. First of all, let me press on this show toast. By default, it will be on bottom and will be shown a welcome to programming message. As you can see, welcome to programming knowledge. Let me just change the background color to some dark so that you can see it properly. Show toast, welcome programming knowledge. It will stay for a few seconds on the screen because I have provided the short duration. The next one is it will stay longer than this one, and it will be appear at bottom, but the only difference is that uh, sorry, the second one is show toast with gravity. I also provided the duration is short, so it will stay just as this much, but this time it will be on the center. As you can see, welcome to programming knowledge will be in the center. And the final one is show toast with gravity and offset. It will stay a little longer for than both of these, and it will be at the bottom. I also provided the offset. As you can see, welcome to programming knowledge. We can also increase the offset, let's say 100. It will be pushed up to the top a little bit. As you can see, if we provide, let's say 92 here, it will be on the right hand side. As you can see, so basically this is how you can use ToastAndroid API to use the ToastAndroid module from the native Android development. It's a JavaScript module you can use, and keep one thing in mind, that you can only use these ToastAndroid messages in Android devices. You cannot use this with iOS devices. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video, we will learn how you can determine if your device is currently in light mode or dark mode. With the AMOLED screen used in our smartphones now, there is one popular feature that is required nowadays, which is called dark mode enabled. When user enable this dark mode, your color profile changed to dark colors. Background usually appears in dark colors and text appears in light colors. So you have seen many real-time application which changes according to your device color profile schemes. If you have enabled light mode, then you see a light color theme of that app, and if you enable dark mode, that you can see the dark theme enabled in the app. So we'll be creating an app. We'll be creating a two input box, and whenever uh, when user device is currently on light theme, then we'll be displaying the light color schemes. And if the dark mode is enabled on the device, and we can detect that, and we can change the theme colors accordingly. So first of all, you need to open the Visual Studio Code and create a React Native project. I already opened the iOS simulator. If you are using Windows machine, you can also use the Android emulator. So the components that we need is first of all text, then text input, and lastly the API that is provided by React Native appearance. So first of all, we will be creating color scheme. Appearance dot get color scheme. This variable over here, color scheme, will hold two values, either light or dark. If user is currently on light mode, then this uh, color scheme has the value of light, otherwise it will be dark. Let me just show you. Currently, if I go to setting, developer, currently dark appearance is turned off. It means that the device is currently in light mode. So first of all, let me apply some styling to this view. First of all, flex is 1. Let's say padding of 20. Then we will apply background color. This background color will be applied based on the color scheme. If color scheme is light, then our background color will be white. Otherwise, if currently the dark mode is enabled, then we will change the background color to, let's say, gray. The next we need a text input. We need to create two state for that. First of all, the name, set name. By default, it will be an empty string. And in this second, let's say we will be storing the age. By default, it will be 0. So text input is provide some styling. First of all, we provide margin top, it's 20. Then background color also we will be providing using color scheme condition. If it's light, if the color scheme is light, then the background will also be white. and so we need a dark color for the text input boxes. Gray, and if it's dark mode enable, then we'll be coloring these text input boxes with white color also. White, black. If color scheme is light, then the background color of text input boxes will be dark, so we need some light colors for the fonts, and it goes same as the dark one. Now let me just copy this much, paste it, and we'll be creating a text. It will be displaying name, age. Let us provide some styling over here as well. Font size will be 20. Margin top will be 20. The color scheme, if it's light, then the then background will be white, so we need dark color, black. Otherwise we need light colors. Now we need to provide on change text, set name, whichever text is enter, will be storing this text over here. And in the second input box will be storing age. Okay, everything looks fine. So what we have done here is we have created two states for name and age, which user enters their name and age. We have created a variable color scheme which hold the color scheme of current device, and based on that condition we are providing the colors of different components. Let me also provide placeholder. Enter your name, enter your age. So now let me just save this. Okay, we need to provide padding as well. Oh, okay, so currently, as I showed you earlier, dark mode is disabled. So currently we are on our light theme. So since the light theme is on, the background is white, the text boxes are dark color, and the text here also the dark color. Let me night bridging is 25. As you can see, now let me change this device's color scheme to dark mode. As you can see, now we are in dark mode. Background is dark and the text is in light colors. So let me just go back to this one and let me just refresh this. As you can see, as soon as I refresh the app, the background now is gray color because color scheme is changed to dark, and the text boxes are in light colors, text is on dark colors. So basically this is how you can use this color scheme. You can just import the appearance API and then you can use these functions get color scheme to store the value of color scheme into a variable. Let me just change this to light again so you can know the difference. Let me just refresh it again. As you can see, so thanks for watching this video. So in this video we will learn how you can get the more information about the device that user is using your app on. This is a very different kind of video. You can pull out the information like the user who is using your app has which smartphone, whether it's Android or iOS, which Android operating system does it running on, or the iOS, is it a tablet or a smartphone or is it a TV. You can also determine the serial number, the brand name and the model, etc. These all things are very helpful if you are building an app that require some kind of data related to the device. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And for this video, I have opened 3 different simulators. The first one is iPhone 12 Pro Max iOS simulator. The second one is an iPad Air 4th generation. And the third is the Android emulator. So let me just minimize this iPad and the Android emulator. We will pull those when we are finished with the coding. So for this you need to import one important component API. It's called platform. And in return, first of all, we will be determining the operating system of the user device. Platform dot OS. Let me also provide some style over here. We'll be creating a style called value. The next one is OS version, the API level. For that you need to write platform dot version. I'll just copy this much. The next one is to determine whether the device is TV or not. Is TV. Platform dot is TV dot to string to convert it into string. The next one is to determine whether it's an iPad or not. So first of all, we need to provide a condition, because if it's an iOS device, then only it can be iPad. So first of all, platform dot OS iOS is paired platform dot is paired dot to string. You also need to close this. So the next one is constants. Constant contains various information like brand, model name, sorry for this, like brand, model names, API. It also contains API level, the version, etc. You will find lots of information about the device, like manufacturing number also. JSON dot stringify platform dot constant. So these will basically provide multiple type of information regarding the device that user is using. Now let me just provide value as a style. Say font weight bold, padding let's say 5. Let's say margin bottom let's say 10. Let me just save this. Okay, we have made some mistake. Okay, over here it's a spelling mistake. Now let me just save it. Let me just clear this. So as you can see, we have multiple types of information. First of all, the OS. The simulator is iPhone 12 Pro Max and running on iOS 14.3. The OS version is 14.3. Is it TV? No, it's not a TV. It's not the iPad. And there are some constant force touch available. Is testing, whether we are testing this in developer mode. The system name is iOS, React Native versions, and OS version 14.3. Let me just pull out the iPad. As you can see, OS is basically iOS. OS version is also iOS 14.3. Is it TV? No. Is it pad? This time it's true because it's an iPad. And just like the iPhone, we have constants over here. Let me just open the Android simulator over here. So as you can see, the OS is Android this time. OS version is 28. It's not a TV, and because it's an Android device, this will not work because we have explicitly specified that if it's an iOS, then only, because if it's an iOS, then only it can be iPad. We have serial number, release, versions, fingerprint, UI mode, testing, modal, etc. So basically this is how you can gather all the information about the device that user is using your app on. Most of the time you don't need this much amount of details, but it depends on the app that you are creating. So thanks for watching this video. So in this video we will learn about animated library in React Native. Animated library is basically used to create animations. We can create powerful fluid animation using this animated library. We have multiple methods like animated.timing, animated.value, duration, and with the help of all these methods we can create components with animations. So first of all, just create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I already opened the iOS simulator. You can also use Android simulator. Animated library works with both the OS. So first of all, we need to import some components: text, view, button, and animated. View is already imported. Okay, so first of all, we need to provide a value, a base value to the animation, the starting value. And for that we do not need to provide the value directly, which instead we should use useRef hook so that it will return a mutable ref object. So let's create const fed animation useRef new object animated dot value. It will be 0 and it will be current value. Now we will be applying an animation, a small animation, to a view component. We can apply animation to image component, text component, view, FlatList, SectionList, any of the component. So for this example, we will be applying this animation to a view component. So we will be creating two buttons. One is fade in and second is fade out. When you click on fade in, the view will slowly appear onto the screen, and when I click on the fade out, it will slowly disappear from the screen. So let's create a function for fade in animation. Animated dot timing the start value will be fade anim, then it will go to the value to 1. Now understand this. The base value is 0, so it slowly increases to value 1 so that it will appear onto the screen. And the duration it will take to reach from 0 to 1, we can specify in milliseconds. Let's say 5000 milliseconds. Dot start. Now let's create similar function for the fade out. Animated dot timing, again fade anim, because it's already reached to value 1, fade anim now, and now it will reach to value 0. So in fade out it will slowly disappear. So when we first click on fade in, the value of fade anim will already reach to the value 1, and when we click on the fade out button, it will decrease to 0. And we can provide duration, let's say 4000 milliseconds. Again start. Okay, so this basically two methods that we'll be using to create animation. Now let's create animated view. To create animated view, we just simply need to attach animated to the component. Okay, so let's provide some styling. The first one is styles dot fading container. We'll be creating this style, and on the opacity, because fade animation is related to the opacity, we'll be applying fan anim reference to the opacity, so that for when we click on the fade in, the value of the fade anim goes to 0 to 1, and on fade out it will goes from 1 to 0. So basically this is our view. Let's write a text on it also. Fading view. We will be creating styles dot fading text. Now let's create two buttons. In this view, we'll be creating two buttons for the fade in and fade out, and we'll apply style button row. Okay, so the first button, title will be fading, and on press event we'll be calling the fade in function. this function. Let me just copy this much. On the second button we'll be calling fade out. Okay, that's pretty much it. We have created two functions, fade in and fade out. We have created a fade animation reference, and the current value is 0. And in both the function, in the first function the value goes from 0 to 1, and on the second one the value goes from 1 to 0. And we have applied animated to view component, and this fade anim reference is connected to opacity. Now let's create the style. The fading container, let's provide some padding, let's say 20. Let's put a background color. So background color of the view of this animated view component, let's say yellow. Now fading text, font size, let's say 30. The button row, let's provide justify content center, margin, vertical, let's say 15. Now let me just save this. Let me just save this one. As you can see, now we are seeing two buttons, fade in and fade out. If I click on fade in, it should appear the view component with the yellow background. So let me just click on the fade in. As you can see, we are getting one warning, use native driver. Okay, so you need to provide use native driver true. Here also, let me just save this. And when I click on fade out, it will slowly disappear. If I change it to, let's say, 2 seconds, it will be much faster. Let me change it to 1000 milliseconds. Let me change this to, let's say, pink. So basically this is how you can use animated library and use animated.timing and the animated.value. These all the properties that you can use with animated library to provide animation to the various component. It's a very basic animation. In our later videos, we will see much more complex videos on animations. We'll be applying animations to each and every part of the application. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video, we will learn about platform color. So each operating system like Android and iOS, they both have some native colors to it. Whenever Apple itself decides to build some apps for the iOS or some widgets or anything, any functionality, they always use iOS native colors. It is the same with Android. When Google create something like YouTube, Gmail, and any other apps, they always use Android native colors. So if you want to use the device's native colors on which user is using your app, then you can use these platform color component. First of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I have opened both iOS and Android simulator just to show you. Let me just minimize the Android simulator for now. So we only need a text because we'll be creating a label, and around that label we will be applying some styling to show how you can color that text and the background color to the native color of the device. I am a native label. Let's provide style. We will be creating styles dot label. Just go to the style.js file, or if you are writing styling in the same file, then you can go right from here. Okay, so first of all, you need to import two things. First one is platform and the second one is platform color. Now let us create styling for label. Now let's provide some padding. Let's say 20. Now we will be applying styling according to the platform. Platform dot select the first platform will be iOS. If the user device is an iOS device, then I like color to be platform color to be the label. Now this label it represent a color. So usually when Apple creates some apps, and in those apps when there is labels, then usually they use this color. So we'll be also using this. Now for the background color, platform color, let's say system till this is one of the native color that provided by iOS. Now for the Android, the color will be platform color of Android. This is the writing style for Android text color. So whenever Google designs some apps and they use text color, this color, for the labeling. The background color will be platform color @Android. If you have done native programming with the Android in Android Studio, then you understand these sentences. Hollow, let's say hollow blue. This is one of the Android's native color. And we can also provide default. If some things go wrong, then default color will be black. Let me just save this, and let me just save this one. As you can see, I am a native. Okay, there is a spelling mistake. I am a native label. This is the teal color that iOS device use, and let me just show you the Android. If you see these side by side, you will understand the both are the teal color, but the RGB value is little bit different. This is much darker. If you want to change the color, then you can go to the developer side of the Apple. Here I are the native colors that provided by Apple. You can use we have used system till this one, system red. You can use system red color. As you can see, this is the red color that Apple uses. Let me just change it to system brown. As you can see, this is the brown color that Apple uses. Now you can also find native colors for Android. This is the developer site for the Android. We have used hollow blue. You can use, let's say, hollow purple. Let me just use this hollow purple for the Android device. Let me just save this. As you can see, the color is changed. Now let me just use this one. Let me just save this. As you can see, this is the red color that Android uses, Google uses it. So basically this is how you can find out the native colors of the device that user is using your app on. It is very important to provide some uh, color scheme that matches with the user device. It enhance the user experience. So I highly advise you, whenever you create real-time application, you use this type of colors. Okay, so that's for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video, we will learn about a new component, DrawerLayoutAndroid. It is specially created for Android operating system. I'm sure you have all seen the drawer in real-time applications, which we can slide from either left side or right side. It usually contains information like your login info, your account information, and the settings, and if you want to sign out, help, contact, this kind of things they usually put on the drawer. So let us just create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And since it is for Android only. I have opened the Android emulator. It will not work on iOS devices, so make sure you use the Android emulator for that. First of all, let me just import all the necessary components: view, text, button, and the most important, DrawerLayoutAndroid. So what we'll do is that first we create a button to change the direction of drawer, whether it should open from the right side or left side. Then we create a button to open it. We can also open it on click of the button, or we can slide from either of the side. So first of all, we need to create a ref. Let's say drawer. Initially we set it to null. Now we create a state for drawer location. Whether it should uh, come from the left side or right side. By default, it will come from the left side. Okay, so we create a function for changing the drawer position. If drawer position is equal to left, then we change it to right. Else we set it to left. Okay, so now the most important thing, we create a navigation view. This function will contain the design layout for the drawer, whatever the things like button, text, view, etc. Whatever we need to display on the drawer, we write them down here. Navigation view. First of all, view. Let me apply styling. We will create the styling later. Styles down. Let's a container. Navigation container. Now let's write text. I am in the drawer, so this text will appear on the drawer. Let's provide style to it also. Styles.paragraph. Let's create a button to close the drawer, title will be close drawer, and on press we simply set the drawer dot current dot close. So we have created this ref over here. So whichever drawer they present on the screen, drawer dot current dot close drawer. Okay, so now in the return we use that drawer layout Android component. Let me just delete this view. Ref is equal to drawer. This drawer ref will hold this drawer. We can also provide width, let's say 300. Drawer position we can assign to either left or right, but we have created a state for that. Let us use drawer position. Now finally render navigation view. We have created a function navigation view, this one. So basically this drawer layout will hold this layout design. Now let us create a view. Provide styling. Container. Text. Now in this we let user know the current state of the drawer position. So what a user will expect when user click on the drawer side, whether it should come from the left side or right side. Drawer on the drawer position. Let's apply some styling. Styles.paragraph. Now let us create a button to change the drawer position. Title will be change drawer position. On press we'll be calling the function that we have created, set drawer position over here. Okay, so the another text We also provide style to it, styles dot paragraph, and here we mention user should swipe from either of the side or press the button to see the drawer. Press the button. Here we create a button for that. Title will be open drawer, and on press event we will simply write drawer dot current dot open drawer, just like we close the drawer. That's pretty much it. We have created a ref and the initial it is null. Then we have created a state for drawer position either from the left side or right side, and we created a function to change the position of the drawer. And this navigation view basically contains the content that we want to display on the drawer. Then we created a drawer layout Android provided with necessary information, and then on the main screen we provided two buttons, one to change the position and one to open the drawer layout. So let us do some styling. First of all, navigation container. Let's provide background color. Let's provide white. Now paragraph. Let's put padding 15. Font size, let's say 15. Text align center. Let me just save this one, and let me just save this. Let us see if it works. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. So we have seen drawer on the left, and I'm not seeing any. Okay, so we have made some mistake over here. Let's save this again. As you can see, change the drawer position. Currently the drawer comes from the left hand side, and we can click on the. Okay, so let me just click on the open drawer. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. We can close the drawer, we can change the drawer position, and when I click on the open drawer now, it will come from the right hand side. As you can see, we can also slide. As you can see, we can also provide some more text over here. As you can see, so this area we can provide information like account details, contact info, sign out button. So this is a basic example of how you can use Android drawer layout. And in our next video we saw a detailed example of this drawer layout Android. We'll be creating some kind of information gathering app. We will be creating text input and the result will be shown on the open drawer, something like that. So Thanks for watching. In our last video, we saw that how you can create a simple drawer layout Android for the Android operating system. You cannot use it with iOS. So in this video, we will create a basic example using drawer layout. We will be creating two text input in which user enter the information like name and age, and then we display those information in the drawer component as account information. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I already opened the Android emulator. You also need to open the Android emulator. iOS emulator will not show the effect of this drawer layout because it's specially designed for Android operating system. So first of all, let us import the necessary component, the text input, drawer layout Android button. First of all, create a ref for drawer. Initially we set it to null. Now we will create two state for name and age. By default it will be an empty string. Age, set age. By default let's set it to 0. Now let us create navigation view function. This navigation view will basically contain the layout for the drawer. Let me create a view component. In this there will be a text. Let's say my account. Let's provide some styling. Size of 20. Font weight of say bold. Then there will be another text component which display the name, and another that display the age of the user. Let's give this text to some styling. Style.paragraph. Style.paragraph. Let's give this view also some style properties. Dot container. Styles dot navigation container. And the button to close the drawer. This is not important because you can press on anywhere outside of the drawer and it will also be closed. If you want to stay, if you still want to use the button, you can use that. And on press, drawer dot current dot close drawer. Now let us create the component. Drawer layout component. First we need to provide the ref. It will be the drawer. Then we need to provide the width of the drawer. Let's say 300. Then we need to provide the position of the drawer. Let's say left. And finally, render navigation view will be this function navigation. Now first of all, let us create a text input. Placeholder will be enter your name, and on change text, whatever the text you enter, we will set it to set name. Let's also provide style. Styles.input will be creating this style later on. Let us create another text input for age. Placeholder will be enter your age. On change text, whatever the text you enter, we'll set it to set age. Also give style. We can also provide keyboard type. Numeric. Okay, so this is our text input. Now we need a button to open the drawer. Again, it's not necessary to create a button because you can always slide from the left. Open drawer. On press, drawer dot current dot open drawer. Okay, so that's it. Let me just provide styling. Navigation container. Let's provide background color. It will be white. Paragraph for the text. Padding of, let's say, 15. Font size of 15. Text line will be center. Now for the input, this style will apply to text input. First of all, the padding let's say 20. Let's say width 90% width. Background color will be, let's say, pink. Let me just save this, return to web.js. So what we have done so far is we have created drawer, and by default, first of all, at the beginning it will be null. We have created two states. First one is for name and the second one is for age. Then we created design for drawer navigation view. We create three text. The first one is static, my account, and this and the rest of two will display the name and age of the user. And then there's a button on which if user click, drawer will be closed. Then we created drawer layout Android over here, and we need to contain this over here. Okay, let us provide style to it, styles.container. And we have created two text input. First one is for name and second one is for age. The last, that is the button to open the drawer. So let me just save this and see if it works. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. Let me just provide margin. So as you can see, we have two text input over here. Let me just write my name over here. Age. In age, if you have noticed, we provided keyboard type is numeric. That's why we are getting only numerics over here. So now if I press on open drawer, as you can see, my account region 25, close drawer. We can also slide it from the left hand side. Let's write mat T2. Okay, open drawer, as you can see. So basically this is how you can create a drawer layout for Android operating system, and you can use it in your app. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching. In this video we will learn about a style property which is called transform. Transform basically used to modify the appearance and position of a component in 2D and 3D dimensions. We can basically transform any component transform any component in its scale, in translation, in rotation. We can basically scale it to look much bigger or smaller. We can also translate it to the new location using the XY coordinates, and we can also rotate the component. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator. It also works with the Android simulator. So if you are using Windows machine, you can use Android emulator also. So first of all, we'll be seeing every example which transform providers, and one by one we create multiple views and apply those transform properties to it. So first of all, let me just import ScrollView, then text. Now scroll view. Let me apply style to it. Dot scroll content container. Now let us create our first view. Create a text. This will be our original object. We apply some style to it. Style is equal to style dot box, let's say, and in text, styles dot text. Okay, so this will be our original object. Now our next object, we will scale it by 2. View, text, scale by 2. Now let's provide styling for it. Style is equal to, first of all, this styles dot box to provide background color and the border. Then we provide transform and we scale it in every direction by 2. Now the next one. The next one, we will scale it in only X direction. Styles dot box, transform, scale X, let's say 2. Scale X by 2. Now in our next object, we will be scaling in Y direction. Style dot box, transform, scale by 2. Scale by 2. Now for our next object, we will be rotate it by 45 degree. View, text, rotate by 45 degree. Let me also provide style to every text component here. Okay, in view, styles.box remains the same. Then transform, rotate in every direction by 45 degree. For our next view, we will be rotating the view in both X and Z direction. Styles down text, rotate X and Z by 45 degree. In style, first of all, styles.box, transform, the first one is rotate X by 45 degree. Rotate Z also 45 degree, as you can see. Now for our next view, we'll be rotating it into Y and Z degree. So let me just copy this much, paste it over here. Y, we just need to change this property, rotate Y instead of rotate Z. Now the next one is skew. Skew basically disturbs the overall structure of the cube. View, text, styles dot text, skews by 45, skew in X direction, style is equal to styles dot box, transform, skew X 45 degree. Now let me just copy this and we will simply change it to skew X to skew Y. So it will be skew into Y direction. Now for the next, we will use translation. So translation basically we move the object, we basically change the position of the object in X and Y direction. So let me just show you. Let me create a view. Text. Styles.text. In view, styles.box. Transform. We will be translate into X direction minus 50. It will change its direction from center to left by this much. Now let me just copy this much and let me change it to Y. Let me change it to plus, so it will be moved by 50 in Y direction. Translate Y by 50. So X by minus 50. So that's it. Let me just apply styling for it. First of all, scroll container, align items, let's say center, padding bottom will be 60. Now let's style the overall box. Height and width will be the same. Then let's apply border radius also by 5. Let's apply margin vertical. Background color, let's say yellow. Align items, center, and justify content also be center. Now for the text, font size 15, font weight bold, margin of 8, color black, and text align center. Let me just save the styled file, and now we have not used this user of an instance, so let me just okay. So we have first we have created the original object, then in the next object we scale it by 2 in every direction, then in the next two cube one is scale x by 2 and one is scale y by 2, then we rotate it 45 degree and then the both x and z direction and then x and y direction, and then we skew g cube and ultimately we translate it. So let me just save this. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. The first one is our original object. As you can see, it has the same height and width. Then we scale it by 2, and in every direction it will be scaled by 2 in X and Y as well. Now in the next, we scale it in X by 2. So you can see that in X direction it scale it, and in the next one it scale it in Y direction. Then we rotate it to 45 degree. Then we rotate it to X and Z, both 45 degree. You can see the difference over here. Then rotation in X and Z and Y and Z. Then this is our skew X, skew by 45 degree, in the Y direction by 45 degree. You don't require skew property that much, but it is important to know about rotation and translation and scaling. These three are the basic one. As you can see, we translate it by 50 in the X direction in the left hand side because we provide minus, and this translate by 50. Let me just say 25. As you can see, it moves a little bit up. So this is how you can use transform property for styling and apply various transformation to components. You can also apply it to images and views. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video, we will learn about BackHandler API. Basically, it detects the hardware button presses for back navigation. On Android devices, you get a physical back button, so you can map that physical button to any actions you want to perform. You can exit the app, close the app, or perform various actions using that back button. But it's only available for Android. As all of you know, in our iPhones we don't get back button, so it only works with Android devices. So let me just create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I have already opened the Android emulator, and again keep that in mind that it only works on Android devices. So we are going to use useEffect hook, and some of you, if some of you don't know about useEffect hook, I already created a video on this, so you can watch it in the React Native playlist. So let me just import the necessary component. First one is view, then text, alert. We will provide alert when user first press the back button, and then the most important is BackHandler. So first of all, let me create a hook, useEffect. Okay, so first of all, we create a function which will be called when user press on the back button, and we will be getting a alert, and when user press on the yes or cancel option, then this back action function will get in effect. Const back action. Okay, so when user first click on the back button, he will get an alert. The title of the alert will be stop, and then will provide the message, are you sure you want to go back? Then we provide options for the yes and cancel button. The first one will be the cancel button and the text will be cancel, and when user press on the cancel option, then nothing will happen because basically he terminates the process. Let us provide style cancel. The next button will be for yes, the text will be yes, and when user press on yes button, we will call BackHandler dot exit app. Okay, return true. Now let's create a back handler when this back action will be called. Back handler dot add event listener. We'll be adding an event listener. Hardware back press. So this is our event. Whenever user press on this button over here, we'll be calling back action this function. So whenever user press on this back button, we'll be calling this function. It will pop an alert and the title of the alert will be stop and message will be, are you sure you want to go back? Then user get two options. First one is cancel, the second one is yes. So when user click on cancel, nothing will happen, and if user press on yes, then through the BackHandler API we are going to exit the app. Let me just create a button. Let me just create a text, sorry for that. Click on bang button. Okay, okay, styles not text. Let me just provide styling for the text on size 20. Okay, let me just save this. This is optional, so you don't get to see a blank screen. Let me just save this and see if it works. So yeah, we are getting no error or warnings. So let me just go through over it once more. We have created a hook useEffect, and in that we specified a function back action for exiting the app whenever user press on this back button, which is this back handler, and we provide hardware back press event listener. So whenever user press on this, the back action function will initiated, and he gets a alert and gets two options. So let me just click on the back button over here. As you can see, the title is top and a message are you sorry you want to go back. So if I press on cancel, it will simply cancel the event. Nothing will happen. Let me just press it again and cancel. Nothing will happen. But if I press on yes, then it will exit from there. So yes, as you can see, now we are existed from the app. So this is basically how you can map the physical back button to any action you want to perform. Usually whenever you press back button, when you are on main screen, the home screen, then when user press back, then user usually exited from the app. So you can provide that function, and you can provide multiple buttons over here to perform different types of actions. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn about a new component. It's called ActionSheetIOS. It basically the similar to the native component of ActionSheet in iOS. ActionSheet are basically the group of buttons that you get when you use iOS device. Let me just show you. Here is an example. This kind of set of buttons is called ActionSheet. The red one over here is called destructive button. The one which always have like options like delete, remove, or resets, like that. And as you can see here, there are two groups. The first group has two buttons and the last one is cancel. So the last one, this one, is called cancel button index. So we need to provide the index for this button so that the iOS device will come to know that this button is separate from the group. So let us just create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I already opened the iOS simulator, and keep that in mind that you need an iOS simulator to test this app, because it is only available on iOS devices. First of all, let me just import all the necessary component: view, text, button, and the most important, ActionSheetIOS. We'll be creating a small app. We will generate a random number between 0 to 1, 0 to 100, and whenever we press on the action sheet button, it will open the action sheet, and we have basically three options: generate a number, reset, which will be destructive, and the cancel, which will be indexed to cancel button. Let me just create a state to hold that random number. Let's say result, set result, use state, let's say random number. Okay, let me just create a function on press. on press, we will provide ActionSheetIOS dot. So ActionSheetIOS with options. Here we provide all the options that we need to display on the action sheet. We can create multiple buttons. Let's say the first one will be cancel. Second will be generate number. And third one, let's say reset to reset. Okay, we need to enclose this in curly braces. Okay, now the destructive button index. The destructive button index will be this one, reset. So 0, 1 and 2. So the index number will be 2 because the destructive button will be in red tint color. And cancel button index, it will be this one, cancel. So index will be 0 and this will be separate from the group. Then we can provide user interface style, either light or dark. Let's say dark. If you do not provide this, it will based on the system. You can also provide title. Let's say generate number. You can also provide message. It will be displayed under the title. Generating random number. Okay. Now button index. If button index is 0, then we do nothing because it's basically the cancel option. It just you are exited from the action sheet. You can perform some action here if you want. Else if button index is, let's say, 1, then this generate number, then we will generate a random number. Set result math dot floor math dot random. We need the between 0 to 100 and plus 1. Else if button index is 2, then we reset the result. random number. So that's pretty much it. Now let's create a text field. Let's provide some style to it. Let's say styles dot result. Here we display result. Then we will create a button. When we press this button, the action sheet will appear. OnPress event, we just called OnPress function. Title will be show action sheet. Okay, now let me just do some styling. For result, font size, let's say 20. Let me just increase it, let's say 60. Text align is center. Let me just save this. So again, we have created a state result in which the initial value is random number. The random number will be stored in this result, and we have created a function called onPress, and we define action sheet. We have created three buttons: cancel, generate number, and reset. Destructive button index is 0 because reset is our destructive button, so it will come in red color. The cancel button is 0, which means the first button, it will be separate from the entire group. And the title is generate number, and we provide the message. And if user press on the first one, let's 0, then nothing will happen because it's basically the cancel. And if a user press on the index number 1, that means generate number, then a random number will be generated and assigned to this result state. The last one is the reset, and we have created a button and a text to show the result. So let me just save this and see if it works. So it works perfectly. Now let me just click on this. As you can see, we have three buttons: generate number, reset, and cancel. We have our title and the message. So if I click on the cancel, it will simply disappear the action sheet. Let me just click on this again. If I press on generate number, as you can see, it works perfectly fine. We are getting a random number between 0 to 100. Let's say reset random number. So if I provide, let's say, destructive button to be, let's say 1, it means generate number, and let me save this. So generate number will come in red tint color, which is not right because the destructive button is reset. And this cancel button, let's say I provide 1, then the generate number will come into separate group, which is also not right. We can also provide tint color. So the color of the button will change to yellow. Other than this destructive button, it will always be red, as you can see. Let me just reset these. So this is how you can use ActionSheetIOS. It will be useful if you design app for iOS operating system, and on a single button on the display you provide multiple options to the users. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In our last video, we saw how you can create ActionSheetIOS for the iOS devices, and in this video we will be creating a small example which explain how you can use ActionSheetIOS into your React Native project. So in this app we will be going to create a text input in which user enter his name, and there will be a button. When user press on the button, there will be an alert welcoming the user, and when user long press on the button, he will be providing option to clear the text input or to cancel the action. So for that, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I already opened the iOS simulator. You also need an iOS simulator because it only works with iOS devices. So first of all, let me just import the necessary components. Let's say text, ActionSheetIOS, touchable opacity. Touchable opacity is important because we need two events, on press and on long press. So touchable opacity has the props of on long press. First of all, let me just create a state for the name. By default, it will be an empty string. Now let us create the action sheet. Let's say on long press. ActionSheetIOS dot show ActionSheetIOS with options. Now we provide the array of options. First of all, the cancel, and clear text. This will be our options. Now destructive button index, as I mentioned in our last video, in this time clear text will be our destructive button, so the index will be 1. Cancel button index will be 0. We can also provide user interface style. Let me say dark. You can also provide tint color, title or message, etc. Now button index. If button index is 0, we will do nothing because it's the cancel button. Else if button index is, let's say, 1, which means clear text, then we simply set our name back to the empty string. Okay, so now let us create a text input. First of all, we need to import the text input. Text input. Let us provide styling for that. Styles.input. On change text, whichever is the input, we will be storing this into name state. Let us also provide placeholder. Enter your name. Now touchable opacity. And that will be creating a view. Then view will have a text. Let's say submit. Let's provide style to this. Styles dot button. Let me just save this. As you can see, it works fine till now. Let me provide styles for the input. First of all, the background color. Let's say yellow. Margin, let's say 20. Padding of 20. Let me just save this. Let me provide width. Let's say 90%. Let me also create a button style. Okay, so background color, let's say pink, padding of 15. So this will be our back button. Let me just return to this. As you can see, touchable opacity works fine. So on press event, we simply create an alert. Title will be welcome. Hello. Then the name. Welcome to our app. So this will be on press, and on long press we simply call on long press this one. So let me just save this. Okay, let me just provide this in arrow function. Okay, now it should work perfectly. So I have created a state for the name. Whenever user enter his name over here, it will be saved in this. Then we created on long press. So when I long press on this, we'll be providing two options, cancel and clear text. When I press on cancel, nothing will happen, it will just disappear. And when I press on clear text, the set name will be clear. Let me provide value, otherwise we will not see any changes. Value will be name. Let me just save this. Let me just toggle the keyboard. Let me enter my name, Brijan. Okay, so when I press on submit, as you can see, hello Brijan, welcome to our app. And now if I want to perform other actions, I simply long press and we have two options, clear text and cancel. If I press on cancel, nothing will happen. The action sheet will just disappear. Let me just again, if I press on clear text, as you can see, it will clear the text. And if you noticed, clear text is in red color because it is our destructive button, and cancel is in separate group because cancel button index is 0. We have provided that. So basically this is how you can create your action sheet for the iOS. You can provide as many as options as you want. Again, hello Tony, welcome to our app. And if I long press on this, we provided with two options. So this is very helpful when you design an app for iOS. You can provide multiple button options on a single button and map to it to a single button. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video, we will learn about prompt. Prompt is basically a part of alert. We have already seen how you can use alert component in React Native project. So in this video, we will learn how you can use prompt, and prompt allows user to insert text information, so which will be very useful in many scenarios. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened iOS simulator and it works fine with Android emulator also. So if you are using Windows machine, you can use Android emulator. First of all, let us import the necessary component: view, text, button, and alert. So we will provide a button over here, and when user click on it, a prompt will appear, and when user enter their name in this prompt text box, then we'll have two options, to submit and cancel. When user press on submit, we will be seeing their name on the screen. So first of all, let me just create a state to store the name of the user. By default, it will be an empty string. Now let us create a text. Here we display the name, and then there will be a button. Title will be click. Let us provide some styling to text. Font size will be, let's say, 20. Font weight will be bold. Okay, let me just save this one and save this one. So now let us create the function. Click me. Now alert dot, this time we go for the prompt. The first argument will be title. Let's say welcome. Second argument will be the message. Let's say please enter your name. Then we provide the buttons. The first button will be submit, so the text of that button will be submit. Then the event on press, whichever the text user input in the text box, we will simply set that text into name. Okay, this will be our first button. Second button will be our cancel button. Cancel. And on press we simply just console cancel is pressed. Now the next argument that we can provide is the type of the text. We can choose default, login password, plain text and secure text. When we choose default, it will be an alert. It will not be a prompt. There will be no text box. If I choose login password, then there will be two fields. The one is we already created and the second field will be password. The next is plain text and the last one is secure text, which will be secure. So whenever you write anything in the text box, you will only see the dots. It usually occurs when you type in a password field. So we will first go with plain text, and the last we can provide the default value for the text. Let's say name. On press event we provide click me. Let me just save this. Okay, so we have created a state for the name and we have created a function called click me, and it's generate a prompt. The title will be welcome and the message will be please enter your name. So when I click on this button, let me just click on this. As you can see, we have a prompt, welcome, please enter your name. The default value is name because I provided the name over here. It's in plain text. And if I click on cancel, you can see cancel is pressed. Let me just click on this again. Now we can enter name. Let's enter my name. Okay, so if I press on submit, we will see this name over here. Let me just provide style over here. Let me just rewrite my name. As you can see, if I provide, let's say, if I provide secure text, let me just save this. As you can see, this is how it will look. If I provide default, then there will be no text box. And lastly, login password, there will be another field for the password. Here you can type the password. Let me go back to plain text. Let me write Tony. Let me just click on submit. As you can see, this works perfectly fine. So basically this is how you can create a prompt. It's usually used for getting small information out of the user like age or name, etc. You can use this component with both the platform Android and iOS. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. This video we will learn about vibration API. Using this vibration API, you can vibrate your device. We can use it either with iOS or Android. Usually in real-time applications, you can use this API to provide haptic feedbacks on, let's say, if you are using an e-commerce portal and you buy something, then when the order get placed successfully, your device vibrates to give you haptic feedback. Or whenever you delete something or remove something, that kind of activities always provide with haptic feedback, so you understand that the activity is done. So it is very useful for the user experience perspective. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code, and I will show you how it will work on the external device. I'm using my Android device because in that way you understand it much better, and I advise you to test this on a physical device. So first of all, let us import all the necessary component: view, text, button, platform. Platform is not necessary, but if you want separate styling or something like that for both Android and iOS, then you can use this. And lastly, vibration. Now we will create a simple app in which we provide some buttons to turn on and off the vibration. We also provide a pattern like vibrate for some second, then pause, then again vibrate for some seconds, something like that. So that time duration will be in milliseconds. So let me just create a variable 1 second in millisecond. So we do not have to write the milliseconds in millisecond. We can simply write in seconds. Okay, so now let me just create a pattern. Okay, so pattern will be 1 second, 2 second, and 3 seconds of gap. This will be 2 seconds. This will be in 3 seconds. Now let us create a string pattern description. Wait, then 1 second of vibrating, then vibrate, 2 seconds, then wait, and then vibrate 3 seconds. So this is a pattern. It will vibrate for 1 second, then wait, then vibrate for 2 seconds, then again wait, and then vibrate for 3 seconds. Now let us create a text first of all. Let's name it vibration API. Let's provide some styling. First we will create header, then paragraph, now let us create a view in which we will be creating a button. This will be a simple button for vibration turn on and off. Title will be vibrate once. On press event, we simply provide vibration.vibrate. So whenever user click on this button, it will vibrate for only 1 second. Now let us create a view again, and this time we will provide a button which will let the device vibrate for at least 10 seconds. Vibrate for 10 seconds. And on press event, we provide the same vibration dot vibrate, in which we provide 10 into 1 second in milliseconds. So this will be 10,000 milliseconds. Now we'll create buttons for pattern. Text, let's provide style to it. Pattern, and pattern will be, we already created pattern description over here. Okay, we'll create a button. Title will be vibrate with pattern. In on press event, we provide vibration dot vibrate, then provide the pattern, and true condition. We have created pattern over here, 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds. So this button we have created over here, it will continue to vibrate with pattern until we do not stop it. So whenever the pattern is complete, it repeat it again and again. So let us also create a button which repeat this pattern only once. Title will be vibrate with pattern, and here we change it to vibrate with pattern until cancelled. Here on press event, we simply provide vibration dot vibrate, and we provide pattern. Now, lastly, we create a button to stop the vibration pattern, because if we click on this, the vibration pattern will continue to repeat itself. Stop vibration pattern. On press, we simply stop it, vibration dot cancel. Let us also provide color to these buttons separately. Let's provide hashtag. Okay, so we are pretty much done here. Let us create styling. First of all, the header. Font size will be, let's say, 18. Font weight will be bold. Text will be center. Now for the paragraph, let's provide margin. Let's align. Center. Let me just save this. Let me just save this one also. Okay, so what we have done here, we have imported the vibration API, and we have defined 1000 milliseconds is 1 second, so we don't have to use the milliseconds. Then we create a pattern for 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds. Then the first button is for vibrate the device only once. Second button will vibrate the device for 10 seconds. We have provided the duration over here. And then we provide 3 buttons for vibrate with pattern, so it will vibrate in this pattern, the pattern we have created here. Then the second one is it will repeatedly vibrate the device for in this pattern until it cancels. And the next button is to stop the pattern. We provide vibration.cancel method. So we are done with the programming here. Let's head over to the browser, and you can scan this QR code on your smartphone. You first need to download the Expo app on your smartphone. Then you can simply scan this QR code, and you can preview this app. So let me just head over to my physical device. So as you can see, I have opened the app in my physical device. It's an Android device, and it's works fine. So let me just click on the vibrate once. As you can see, it vibrates only once. If I click on vibrate for 10 seconds, then it will vibrate for 10 seconds. Again, you can vibrate it once. This button over here will vibrate it with pattern. And this button will vibrate it until it got cancelled. As you can see, it repeatedly do the process, and if I click on the stop vibration button, it will stop vibrating it. Again, you can vibrate it once. You can provide any of the seconds, and you can create your own haptic feedbacks for whatever events you want it to map to. So this is how you can use vibration API to vibrate your physical device, either Android or iOS. You can provide haptic feedbacks to the users. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So last video we saw how you can use the vibration API to vibrate the user's device. In this video we will be using that vibration API to create an app. We will provide user a text input in which user can enter their name. So when user click on a button, then the device will vibrate for 1 second, and an alert will appear to welcome the user on the app. And we also provide a long press event. So when user long press on the button, it will provide a warning with long vibration that are you sure you want to clear or delete the text or not. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code, and we will test this app on a physical device. So first of all, you need to import this much component: text, button, vibration, alert, and touchable native feedback. So let me just create a state first for storing user's name. Let me just write down the initial value as empty string. Now let us create a function. It's say on press. So whenever user press on the button, device will simply vibrate for 1 second. Then we provide alert. Title will be welcome. User's name. Welcome to our app. So this is our on press event. The next one is for on long press. So when user long press on the button, device will vibrate for, let's say, 2 seconds. It means 2000 milliseconds. Then we provide alert, warning, Are you sure you want to clear the text? And we provide a couple of buttons. The first one will be yes. So if user press this, we simply set name state to the empty string. The second button will be cancel, and on press event it will do nothing. Okay, now let us create a text input. Let's provide style to it. Let me create the styling. Let's say background color is yellow. Heading is 20. Margin is also 20. And width is 90%. Let me just save this one. Save this one also. Now on change text, whatever text user inputs, we set that name to the name state, and value of the text input will be name. Now touchable native feedback. There will be a view and there will be a text called submit. We provide styling to view. Let's say button. Let me create the button style. Background color will be, let's say, blue. Padding will be 20. Width will be, let's say, 40%. Let me just save this one. Save this one also. Now on touchable native feedback, on press event, we provide the function on press, and on long press event we provide the function on long press. Let me just save this. So what I have done here is I have created a state, its code name, and user whatever is enters on the text input, it will be saved here. Then I have created a function on press. When user clicks on the button, then the action will fire, device will vibrate and alert will appear to welcome to user. And when user long press on the button, again the device vibrate for, but this time for 2 seconds to indicate a warning. If user press on yes, then the name will be cleared, uh, and if user press on cancels, then alert will simply disappear. So that's it for the programming. Now let's just head over to the physical device. You need to run this project by npm start, and you need to scan this QR code on your physical device. You also need to download the Expo app from the Play Store. Now let's look at the physical device now. Okay, so I have my Expo app open on the Android device. So as you can see, app is working fine. Let me just write my name, Vijay, and if I press on submit, it should vibrate for 1 second. As you can see, hello Brijan, welcome to our app. Let me press OK. Let me type another name. As you can see, now if I long press on this, it should vibrate for 2 seconds. As you can see, now we have two options. Are you sure you want to clear the text? If I press on cancel, nothing will happen. Let me just again. As you can see, vibrate for 2 seconds. Now if I press on yes, the text will be cleared. So this is how you can use the vibration API to provide haptic feedback to the users. This is a very small example. You can use this type of vibrations in submission or deletion activities. It provides a much more rich user experience to the users. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video, we will learn about a new component. It's called slider. Many of you already know that in many applications, slider is used basically to uh, insert the age of the user. User can slide the criteria to fill up the age, or the location, distance, the pricing, or if you need to set the minimum and maximum price, then you can set the price using the slider component. The slider component from React is deprecated long time ago, so we will be installing the slider component from React Native community. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I already opened the iOS simulator. If you are using Windows machine, you can also use Android emulator. It works fine with both the platform. So first of all, open your terminal and you need to add this line of code, yarn add at the React Native community / slider. So I already installed it. So when you press enter, it will take few seconds to install this slider and you are good to go then. So in order to use this slider, you first of all need to import it, slider, from React Native community slider. You cannot import it from React Native because it's deprecated. So first of all, let's create a state called range. So the range is set according to the slider that we map to. Set range. By default, let's say it will be 0. Now slider, it's a self-closing element. Now we provide style. Let's provide width. First of all, let's say 300 for this example, and height will be, let's say, 50. Let me just save this. Okay, so here we are. As you can see, this is our slider. You can slide it, but you are not seeing any values because we have not mapped it to the range state that we have created here. So first of all, let us create a text. And here we'll be displaying our range. Let's provide some style to it. Let's say font size 40, font weight, let's say bold. Okay, let me just save this. As you can see, now here on value change is the function. Here we got the value, and the value that we got from the slider, we set it to the range. Let me just save this and let us see if it works. As you can see, it works fine. The minimum value is 0, the maximum value is 1. We can also provide the minimum and maximum value over here. Minimum value, let's say, will be 0. Maximum value will be 1. Now here let's give it math.flow into 100. As you can see, now we are getting the numbers perfectly. The minimum value is 0, middle value is 50, the last value is 100. You can also provide minimum value to 0 and maximum value to 100, then you don't need to do this. So it depends on the application that you are creating. If you are creating it for distance, you may use this as a kilometers, or if you are using this as a price, then rupees, dollars, currency, etc. You can also provide thumb tint color. Let's say red. As you can see, the thumb color is changed now. Let me change it to yellow. Let's provide margin. Okay, so let us map these value to some style properties. Let me create a text. Let's say visible. Copy the same style. Okay, so now we provide opacity and the value will be range. Let me save this. As you can see, when it's 0, the opacity is 0, so it's not visible at all. As we increase the number, the opacity will go to the 1 because the maximum value over here is 1. On 50 it's half visible, and it's at 1 it's full visible. So this is how you can map this slider to any of the style properties and sizing properties. You can use this with transform. You can also use this with animations. So that's it for this video. This is how basically you implement slider in your React Native project. So thanks for watching it. In our last video we saw that how you can use a slider, how you can create a slider in your React Native project. In this video we will see a small example of it. We'll be creating a text input, and user can enter their name into the that text input, and then we provide a text field, and which is for actually the age for user to enter, and for that age user can slide the slider to set their age. This type of slider often used in minimum maximum values, like on e-commerce platforms like Flipkart or Amazon's. And if you are using any dating apps, the distance is always set with these sliders. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. And I've already opened the iOS simulator. If you are using Windows machine, you can always use Android emulator also. It works fine with both. So in order to use this slider, you cannot import it from React Native package because it's deprecated from that. You need to install it through React Native community. So simply add this line to your console, yarn add at the React Native community /slider, and it will install the slider on the React Native. Now first of all we need a state to store username, name, set name, use state. The initial value will be empty string. Let me import text input. Text input. First of all, the placeholder. Enter your name. Then we provide on value change, on change text, sorry, and whatever text user enters, we'll be setting this text to the name. Value will be name. Now let us provide some styling. I'll be providing inline styling for this one. Background color, let's say yellow. Padding of let's say 20. As you can see, it works fine. Let me increase the width to 90%. Okay. Now let us create a text. For the age, let us create a state. By default, the value will be 0. Age, let me just save this. Let me provide styling to this state text also. Font size, let's say 40. Let's bring it down to 30. age. Now let us first import the slider. From React Native Community Slider. Now let us create a slider. First of all, let us provide styling, width, let's say 300, height, let's say 50. Okay, so it works. Now let us provide minimum value. Minimum value will be 18. Maximum value will be 100. Now on value changed, whatever the value we get, we set it to age. Let me save this one and see if it works. It works perfectly fine. Now for the age, we do mat dot flow. Let me just save this. As you can see, it works now perfectly fine. You can also change the thumb color. Change color. Let's say red. Let me save this. Actually, let me set it to yellow. As you can see. Now let us create a button. The title of the button will be submit. And when you press on this button, it will pop up an alert dot alert. The first one is title. Let's say welcome. Let's say hello. Then we concatenate the name. Welcome to our app, and you are, then we concat age, years old. Okay, so let me just save this. So here I can enter my name. Here I can set the age, 25, and if I click on submit, a alert will appear. Okay, let me just save this again. Click on submit. As you can see, Hello Bridget, welcome to our app and your age is. So we have we have the whole number over here because we do math dot floor over the age, but we forgot to do this over here. Okay, so now the value we get, we first of all convert it to the whole value and then save it to the age. So let me just save this and press it and let me just submit it. As you can see, hello Bridget, welcome to our app and you are 25 years old. It works perfectly. You can change the name. Let's say Tony. Let me set age to 54 and let me just submit it. Hello Tony, welcome to our app and you are 54 years old. So this is basically how you can use slider in your app. You can use it for currencies to set minimum maximum value. You can use this for setting age. You can also use this for setting up the distance. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video we start learning about React Native elements. These are the special elements that is similar to components but provide much more flexibility and has much more use in real-time applications. So it is very necessary to learn the React Native elements, and after the series is over then I'll be creating another series where we'll be building a entire project from scratch and we'll be using these React Native elements in that project. So first of all, go to your browser and Google the React Native elements. Here, go to the React Native elements, go to the documentation. Here, if you are using npm, then copy this npm install React Native elements. If you are okay with the yarn, then copy this much, open a Visual Studio Code and paste this over here. I already done that. So with that you are good to go with the React Native elements. So first of all we need to import elements that we are going to use from the React Native elements. So first of all we use avatar. So import avatar from React Native elements. Avatar is basically a profile which you usually see on chat applications like WhatsApp, Facebook, and if you create any account in any of these applications, you have seen the avatar with your picture or the profile picture that you have set. And I've already opened the iOS simulator. If you are using Windows, then you can use the Android emulator also. So avatar provide us the profile picture of the user, or we can set the avatar. It is very much useful in chat applications or account based application. So just declare avatar, then we need to provide the source. Here we need to provide the URI. It's not URL, it's URI. So let me just grab the image from, let's say, Unplus. Yeah, let me just search people. You can grab any image. Let me grab this one. Okay, so we will be using this image, copy image address. and just paste it over here. So we have imported the avatar from React Native Elements, and we are using these image from the nplace. Let me just save this. As you can see, it works perfectly. You have seen in most of the applications the avatar usually in rounded shape, so you can also do that. Just write rounded and save. As you can see, you can provide text over here. Let's say Lily. Let me just save this, and this is how we can create an avatar, a user. You can also style this. So for styling React Native elements, there is something called container style. You cannot use style, you have to use container style. Here you can provide height and width. Let me just provide height, let's say 200, width of 200. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. If I remove the rounded, it becomes the square again. Let me decrease it to 50. So basically this is how you can create avatar. Let me just copy this much and paste it 3 times. Let me just grab 2 more images. This one. Let me just save this. As you can see, now we have 3 images with rounded. So basically this is how you can create an avatar. It is very much useful in account based application where you have need to show the profile picture of an user. We'll be creating a chat application in our project React Native project based series, so we'll be using this avatar there. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn about another React Native element. It's called badges. Let me just show you. This one you are seeing, these ones are badges. These are extremely helpful to communicate a message. This type of dots are called mini badges. It's it's usually used for warning, or if action gets succeed, then you can use that. You can also use this type of badges as an indicator. These badges show that this person is online. This type of badges shows that we got 200 message from this person, and there are multiple use of that. So in this video we will see how you can integrate those badges in your React Native project. So create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code, and I already opened the iOS simulator. If you are using Windows machine, you can use the Android emulator also. So first of all, you need to import the necessary component. First one is an avatar, and then badge from React Native Elements. You need to install this on your project. Okay, so first of all, let me just show you the simple mini badges. You can simply provide the status. There are 4 different type of status: primary, success, warning, and error. Let me go with the success one. Let me just save this. As you can see, this little green dot here indicates the success. You can also use this green dot as an person online. Let me just grab this and paste it 4 times. This one is error, primary, warning. So this is how many pages look. You can use these to show if the person is online, if you got any alert or any type of warnings. It grabs the user attention much faster. Now let me use this with an avatar. And create a view. Avatar. Let me use rounded. Source. URI. Now we need a picture. Let me just go to the Unsplash, search for people. We can grab any of those. Let me grab this one. Paste it over here. We can provide size also here. Let's say large. Now it's time to provide a badge. Status will be success. Now to provide styling, we need to use container style. Let's provide position to absolute. Let me provide the position. As you can see, this type of with this type of badge, we can show that this badge this person right here is online or offline. You can use these. You can use multiple of these: error, success, primary, and warning. We can use this type of badge over here. We can also use this as a DND, do not disturb. We can also provide the value over here. Let me provide some value. Let's say 12. It shows that we have 12 messages from this person which are not yet readed. We can also use state over here. So if you are building a chat application or mail application, you can use these badges. Set message, use 10, let's say 10, and we can use this value over here. As you can see, to show that we have received 10 messages from this person, and they are yet unreaded. So basically, this type of pages usually used with the type of applications like chat applications, emails, um, any type of warnings, alert messages. You can use these pages over there. And when this series is over, we'll be starting a project based series where we'll be creating a chat application from scratch, and we'll be using these badges and avatar over there. So thanks for watching. So in this video, we will learn how you can use the button component provided by React Native Elements. The button component provided by React Native doesn't provide that much flexibility. We cannot even apply style properties to it. We need to enclose that component into view component, or we have to create a custom component to apply styling to create a style button component. And React Native Elements provide us with button component that have much more flexibility. We can provide styling to its container, its title, etc. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I've already opened the iOS simulator. If you are running this on a Windows machine, you can also use the Android emulator. React Native Element works fine with both the platforms. So first of all, you need to install the React Native elements in your project. So I already shown how to do that in my earlier videos, so go check that out. Then after installing it, we need to import button from React Native Elements. If you have imported button from the React Native, so you need to delete that. So first of all, let us create a simple button. Let's provide title. Let's say solid button. We can create three types of button. The first one is solid, the second one is clear, and the third one is outline. Clear will be same as the button component provided by React Native. Now let me type in solid. Let me just save this. As you can see, this type of button that we get from React Native Elements. If I just remove this, and instead of importing it from the import React Native Elements, let us import from the React Native, and let me just save this. As you can see, this type of button that we get from the React Native. So the React Native elements provide much better flexibility when it comes to button. You can change the background color with the container style, and if you want to change the color or this or apply styling to its title, then you need to write title style. If you want to change the color, let's say yellow. As you can see, this is how you can change the colors. You can increase the font size, as you can see. Now if I provide type is equal to outline, as you can see, this is the outline button. If you want to change the background color, container style, background color, let's say yellow. This is how you can do it. You can also change the title color. Title style, sorry. Let's say red. This is how we can do it. You can also apply border color, border width, border radius, etc. There is one props that is called raised. It provides some kind of aesthetics to your button. Let me change back to its solid. And let me write raised. Let me just save this. As you can see, it slightly changes the aesthetic. It provides some kind of shadows all around it. Now, the interesting part is that you can also provide the icons in the button. That's why I import the icon from React Native Vector Icons / font awesome. You can search for the React Native Vector Icons and you can find multiple icons over there. Let me just create a button with an icon. Okay, so icon. Name of the icon will be arrow right. Then we need to provide size. Let's say 14. Color. Let's say white. Let me just save this. So this is how you can provide the button. You can see it by default it has the touchable opacity attached to it. This is how you can create a button also with the icon. You can also provide title to it. Click. This is how it will look. Now you can also provide loading props to the button. Let's say loading. When I provide loading, as you can see, you can you can assign values like false, and you can change these values using a state and make the button dynamic. So if the process is going on, you can turn it to true, and when the process is over and the result is ready to show the user, then you can turn it on again. So basically this is how much flexibility React Native Elements button provides us. So let us just create a small example. Let me import text input is already imported. So text input, let's provide placeholder. Placeholder will be enter your name, value will be creating value, we'll be creating a state for it, name, and on change text, whichever the text we are getting, we'll be setting this to set names. Let us create the state. By default it will be an empty string. Okay, so this is our text input. Now let us create a button. The button will be imported from React Native elements and not from the React Native. Title will be submit and type, let's say, solid. Container style we can provide margin top, let's say 10. Let's make it to 20. Okay, so on press we will be creating an alert. The title will be welcome. Hello, then the user. Welcome to our app. Let me just save this. Now if I write my name over here, and submit it, hello Bridget, welcome to our app. We can also provide these on invoking on submit editing. We can provide it same over here. Let me just save this. If I press return, you can see it works perfectly fine. So on press event is the same with the button as we have created in the past with the React Native, but this React Native Elements button provides us much more flexibility. It provides us container style, title style, so we do not need to wrap this into a view or any other component to provide styling to it. So we can also provide icons. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video we will learn about a new React Native element component. It's called CheckBox. CheckBox is very useful whenever you design a web application or mobile application. You can if you want multiple if we want to give multiple choice to the user that user can select from, then you can use checkboxes. Like for hobbies you can use checkboxes, or if you are creating a hotel menu, then you can use checkboxes. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator, but if you are using Windows machine, then you can also use the Android emulator. So first of all, you need to import checkbox from React Native elements. Let us create a checkbox. The advantages of using React Native element is that if you want to create a checkbox, let's say, then you cannot import it from React Native because they do not provide us any inbuilt checkbox component. You need to create a custom component for checkbox by combining the icon with the text component and do some conditional programming, so that on the basis of user choices the icon will change to checked and unchecked. But if you use React Native elements, you got the pre-built component checkbox. So as you can see, first of all you can provide the title. let's say a reading. Then you can provide the checked condition, whether should be it checked or not. Let's say false. Now let me just save this. This is how it will look. Nothing is happening because we have not provided any on press event. It has an on press event, so we can change the checked value based on that. Let me just set it to true. As you can see, it becomes true. You can also change the checked icon, checked title. So when it got checked, the title will, let's say, change to high. Let me just save this, and it's changed to high. Let me just change it to false again, and it's reading again. You can also change the color based on the checked. So checked color, let's say red. So whenever it got checked, color will change to red. So this is how you can create a checkbox. Let us see an example. Let me create 3 different hobbies. Let's say reading, instant. By default it will be false. Because I'm only creating 3 hobbies, that's why I'm creating 3 separate state for that. But if you are if your requirement is more than 5 or 10, if you need to create that much of choices, then I suggest you can create an array of object and provide hobbies and checked in different state. That's why you can map it easily using list view or flat list, or you can also use the loop. So let me just enter command D, writing, let's say music. So we got 3 different state. Now let us create hobbies array, and let us create a function. Let's say click. So here we can provide the if condition. If reading is true, then we push it to hobbies array. Let me just copy this much. Command D, writing, command D, music. Then we simply create an alert. Title will be, let's say, hobbies. Hello user, your hobbies are hobbies dot convert it to string. Now let us create checkboxes. The first one is reading. Checked will be based on reading, and on press event set reading to the opposite of the current value. Let me just save this. Let me see if it works. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. We can check and uncheck it. Now let me just copy this much. Here title will be writing command D. Writing. Yeah, let's say music. And let me just save this. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. Now let me just create a button. The title will be click, and on press event we provide the click function. So we have created 3 states for 3 different hobbies: reading, writing, and music. We created a array, empty array hobbies, and based on the checkboxes we are pushing these hobbies into the array. And after, now let me just select reading, writing, and press on click. As you can see, hello user, your hobbies are reading and writing. So this is how you can create checkboxes. You can also create radio button using the same component over here. All you need to do is provide checked icon and unchecked icon. Let's say checked icon will be dot circle O, and unchecked icon will be circle O. Let me just save this. As you can see, now it's changed to radio button. So you can adjust the programming over here and provide if else statement instead of if multiple ifs. So user can only select one radio button. So basically this is how you can create checkboxes and radio button using React Native elements. It is much better because it is very neat and clean. You do not need to do conditional programming to create a separate custom component. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video we will learn about a new component called input from React Native elements. It is similar to text input that provided by React Native, but input has very much flexibility. When it comes to styling, you can provide icons in the text input, and by default it also comes with the styling that the built-in text doesn't come with. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator. You can also use the Android emulator. So first of all, you need to import the input from React Native elements. First of all, let me show you how text input will look like. Let me provide a placeholder email. Let me just save this. This is a normal text input. Now let me create an input from React Native. Provide the placeholder. Let me just save this. This is how the input from React Native elements look like. There is so much difference between this. If you want this to look like this, you need to provide some extra styling. And With this you get by default this style. It also comes with a lot of functionalities. We can provide the type. Email, you can provide the type of passwords, text, etc. Let me create another field. Let's say password, type is password. And if you type secure entry, let me just save this and look at this. Now it will be secure. Now you can also provide styling to it. For that you need to use container style. You cannot use the style. You need to use container style instead. You can provide long press, normal press on these input fields. And the best thing is that you can also provide icon with this. Let's say left icon. So on the left hand side I want to display an icon. Let me just go to the browser and go to these expo icons. It's a library pre-built with the expo. So if I write mail, let me grab this one. So first of all we need to import this from here. Then we need to copy this. Let me just save this. As you can see, this is over here. It's our icon. Let me write password. We can use this one. As you can see, email and password. So this is how you can create the fields. So let me just create a state and let me just create a button. So whenever user click on this button after providing this information, we will simply log those onto the console. Const email, set email. By default it will be an empty string. Set password. On press. Sorry, it's an input field. It has on change text. So whatever the text user provide, we will simply set it to email. Over here, change the text. Let me just save this. Now we can import button from React Native Elements. Create a button over here. We can provide title, let's say login. We can provide type, let's say outline, and on press anonymous function, console.log email, console.log password. Let me just save this. Okay, so button we have to delete it from the React Native. Let me just clear this. So we have created two state for email and password. Then we have created two input fields for the email and passwords. The type is email, and we have provided secure text entry over here, password. And on gen text we are setting the text to the email and password accordingly. And on the button press event we simply log those onto the console. So let me just write, let's say Bridgen gmail.com last one. Let's type anything over here. Let me just click on login. As you can see, bridgen@gmail.com and password is over here. We can also provide on submit editing over here. So whenever so we can use the same. If you have created a new function, you can write the same function over here. So what happens is that whenever user fill all the inputs, and whenever user is on the last input, because we have provided this on the last input, and user press enter, it works fine. User do not need to click on the login button. User can simply click on the return on the keyboard. So this is how you can use the input component provided by the React Native Elements. It's much better than the text input, so you can use it in real-time application. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In our past videos we already learned how you can use checkbox from React Native Elements, but we have created only checkboxes. So in this video we will learn how you can create a radio buttons. You do not need to learn about a new component for radio buttons. Using checkbox and changing the icon, you can simply create the radio buttons. The one thing that you need to keep in mind that checkboxes are allowed to be allowed to choose multiples, because user can choose multiple options among them, like hobbies or etc. And when you provide radio buttons, user are allowed to choose only one, and usually gender is used in radio buttons. So in this video we will be creating a radio button, and we provide user with three options for the gender. User can select any one of them. So first of all, you need to import the checkbox from React Native Elements. Then we need to create three state for gender. By default it will be false. Now let me just copy this much. This one is for female. This one is for other. So by default, they all will be false. Now, first of all, let us create a text input. Now provide the placeholder. Enter your name and value will be the name. We'll be creating name as a state, and on change text, whatever the text user inputs, we will simply set that to name. I'll be using input instead of text input. Let me create another state. By default it will be an empty string. Let me create another one for the gender. Let me just save this much. As you can see, enter your name. Now let us create a checkbox. First of all, the title will be male. Let me put it to center. Now whether it's checked or not, for that we use the state male and checked icon will be dot circle O. Uncheck icon will be let me just save this much. As you can see, we have a radio button. Now on press we'll be invoking gender male function. Let me just copy this much. Female, here we change state to female. Gender will be and function will be gender female. Other. Let me just save this. Okay, now so we need to create the functions. Here we set male to true and everything else to false. You need to do this because user can only select one radio button. So first time when user select the male, then it becomes true. The other times when it changes to female or other, then if you do not set it to false again, then user can select multiple options, and that is not right. Let me just copy this much. Gender female, gender other. Here we set female to true, and here we set others to true. Let me just save this. Now if I select male, if I select female, as you can see, user are allowed to select only one of the options. Now let us create a button. We import button from the React Native elements. Let's select type, solid, title will be submit, and on press event we simply call the submit function. Let me just create a function. Here we'll be creating an alert, and we are setting the set gender to male, gender to female, and here other. So alert will be welcome, hello, the name of the person, you are, and we select gender, state. So now when I enter my name and select one of the gender and select on submit, it will welcome me, and the gender will be displayed. Let me set my name region main. Now if I click on submit, as you can see, hello region, you are male. Let me change it to Allison, female. As you can see, this is how you can create uh, radio buttons with the use of checkbox component from React Native elements. The only thing that you need to keep in that mind is that user is only allowed to select one element from the radio buttons, and not like the checkbox where user allowed to select multiple options. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video, we will learn about a new React Native element component. It's called overlay. It's basically similar to the Modal that we have already seen from the React Native, but it provides much more flexibility and styling options. So this over here, as you can see, it's called overlay. Whenever you create overlay component, it will look like this. You can provide this type of overlay to take inputs from the small inputs from the user, like one text input or something like that. So you can make it full screen, but by default it will hold the amount of space that you only require for the component that you put inside. So just create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator. If you are working on Windows machine, then you can also use the Android emulator. So you need to import the overlay component from React Native elements. First of all, let us create two state for name and age, and whenever user press on the button, the information will show on the overlay screen. Let's say const name, set name, use state. Initially it will be an empty string, const age, set age, use state. Initially it will be 0. Now we also need to create a state for the overlay, const visible, set visible. By default it will be false. Now we need to create a function to toggle the overlay. Whenever overlay is displayed on the screen, the area that doesn't cover will be considered as the backdrop. So if we place something outside of the overlay, a function will trigger. We can assign this function on backdrop press event. So toggle overlay, we simply set visible to the opposite of the current state. Okay, now let us create two input field. Placeholder will be enter your name, value will be name, on change text, whatever the text is input, we simply set it to name. Let me just save this. Let me just copy this much. Enter your age. Okay. Okay, so now let us create a button. This button we imported from the React Native elements. Title will be, let's say, submit, and on press we will be calling toggle overlay. Now let us create the overlay screen. So whatever components you provide under this overlay, it will be displayed on the overlay screen. So we need to create a text. Let's say name, and we simply use the name. Another text, this is for age, we simply display the age. Now visible overlay has the is visible prop that we set it to visible state that we have created, and as I mentioned earlier, on backdrop press we will be invoking the same function. Now let me just save this. Now if I enter my name over here, region, and if I write age, now if I press on submit, as you can see, it will be displayed on the overlay screen. Name is Brijan and age is 24. Now the area that doesn't covered by overlay, it means that this area, if we click on that, this function will come into the place. If I click on this, it will simply disappear. Now we can also apply styling to it. We can apply overlay style over here. We can change the background color, let's say yellow. We can change the width to, let's say, 300 and height to 200. Let me just save this. If I press on submit, as you can see, the height and width is increased. Now we can also provide the styling to this area that doesn't covered by the overlay. It's called backdrop style. Backdrop style. Let's say if I put background color gray, if I press submit, as you can see, it changed to gray. I can also provide the opacity over here. Opacity of, let's say, 0.5. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. So these are how you can create an overlay screen. It is similar to Modal, but it provides much more flexibility in terms of stylings. So you can use it in real applications. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video, we will learn about a new component. It's called price card, and this price card is looks something like this. As you can see, if your app provides some type of service to the users and you have different type of packages that charge differently to the users, that you can create this type of packages. You can provide the amount over here and the type of packages. You can provide the information that they get using this package, and you provide the button to enroll or buy the packages. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator, but if you are doing this on a Windows machine, then you can use the Android emulator also. And just do npm start to preview the app. So first of all, before using the pricing card, you need to import it from React Native elements. So let us create the pricing card. Pricing card. The first information will be the color. let's say green, the color of the button and the title, then title, let's say free. This is our free package. Then we can provide the price. Because it's free, we need $0. Now we can provide the information. Let's say one user can use this service with this package. You get basic support and all core features. Now for the button. First of all, the title of the button. Let's say buy. We can also provide the icon over here. Let's provide flight takeoff. Now if I hit save, as you can see, this is our pricing card. So we have the title free because it's free, the amount is 0. The information that we put down here will be displayed over here, and this is our buy button. As you can see, nothing is happening because we have not created any event for this. Let me just create another pricing card. This time, let's say color will be blue. Title will be premium. Price, let's say $100. Info, up to 10 users. Let's say premium support. And all premium features. For button, we provide the same. Title will be buy. Icon, flight takeoff. Let me just save this. As you can see, so this is our premium package that we charge $100 and it provides premium features. So this is how you can create a price card. Let me just create a function. Let's say press. We'll be creating an alert. Successful purchase. You have purchased this package. Now on button press, we provide this function. Over here also. Now let me just save this, and if I click on this one, as you can see, successful purchase, you have purchased this package. If I click on this one, it also invokes the same function. So basically this is how you can create pricing card. If you do not use the React Native elements, Then to create this type of component, you need to create a custom component including this text, provide some stylings and buttons, etc. So React Native Elements provide pre-built pricing card. If your applications charge money from the users and you have different type of packages, in that scenario you can use this one. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video we will learn about a new component from React Native Element. It's called Fab, floating action button. You have seen this type of button on WhatsApp, Gmail, on Slack mobile app. It always stays on the screen no matter how much you scroll down or scroll up. It will always stick onto the screen, and you can perform different type of action using this Fab button. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator, but if you are using Windows machine, you can also use the Android emulator. So first of all, we need to import the Fab from React Native Elements. Here you go. Now we create a Fab. It's a select closing component. Now we can provide the title. Let's say add. Let me just save this. As you can see, this is our Fab button. There are some props that we can use to customize it. The first of all, very important, is placement. We can provide left. As you can see, it will always stick to the screen. If I provide right, it will come to the right hand side. There is another prop, size, that takes large or small, but there is not much difference between small and large. The next prop you can use is uppercase. Let me set it to true. As you can see, now the title is in uppercase. The interesting part is that you can also use the icon with it. Let me use icon. Now let me grab the icon from Expo vector icon. Let me write add. Let us use this icon. Okay, so first of all, you need to copy this. You need to copy this. Let me just save this. As you can see, the icon is added. We can change its color to white. As you can see. Now, if you want to customize this button, you can do button style, provide background color. Let's say green. As you can see, now it's turned into green. Now let us create, you can it takes all the props of button. You can also write on press event. So here first we declare two state for name and age, and by pressing this button we will display them on alert. Set name, use state. By default it will be an empty string. Age, set age. The initial value will be 0. Let us create a function. Let's say press fab alert dot alert welcome hello. Then we provide the name of the user, welcome to our app. You are age years old. Let me just save this. Now what we can do is that we can import the input from here. Input. We can provide the placeholder for the name. Value will be name. On change text, whatever the text is the input, we simply set it to name. Let me just copy this much. Here is for the age. Value will be age. We set it to age. Let me just save this. Okay. So now we can write. We can provide on press, and we can provide the function press fab. Let me just save this. Let me toggle the keyboard. If I write my name, and age is 24. If I press on this, as you can see, welcome. Hello Bridgen, welcome to our app. You are 24 years old. So this is how you can use the fab button. Let me write another name. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. So this is how you can create a floating action button. It will always stick to the screen no matter how you scroll. So it's it's really useful in real-time applications. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video, we will learn about a new component from React Native Elements, and it's called SpeedDial. Basically, it's a fab button, floating action button that we have seen in our last video, but it's expandable. We can provide multiple fab button inside of SpeedDial. Let me just show you. As you can see, this is a SpeedDial. When you click it, it expands, and you can provide multiple fab icons. And when we click on the close button, it will collapse again. So let us just create this component. Open a React Native project on Visual Studio Code and open a iOS simulator or Android simulator. I already opened the iOS simulator. Now first of all, we need to import SpeedDial from React Native Elements. Not this, React Native Elements. Now first of all, we need to create a state to keep track of the open or close functionality of the SpeedDial. Let's open, set open. By default, it will be collapse. It collapse it. Then by default, it will be false. Let us create SpeedDial. Okay. So first of all, let us provide the props for the SpeedDial. The first one is open. It will depends on the open set that we have just created. Now we can provide the icon. We can also provide the title, but For this example, we'll be providing the icon. We can directly name our icon. Let's say edit. We can provide the color for the icon. Let's say white. Now, when we open the speed dial button, then it expands, then we at that moment we can change the icon for the speed dial. So we say open icon. Name will be close. Color will be white. Now on open we can provide the on open we can provide the functions set open, and we set it to the opposite of the current state. Similarly, on close we provide the same. Let me just save this. As you can see, this is our title. We have provided icon instead of title over here. Now let us create the buttons. We'll create two buttons, SpeedDial.action. Here we can provide the props for the button. Let us provide the icon. Name, let's say add. Color will be same white. We can provide the title, add. Right now we have not created any functions, so we will provide the on-press event later on. Let me just copy this much, paste it over here. For the second, we can make it delete. Title will be delete. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. When I click on the button, it says add, delete. This is our icon that we have provided over here, add and delete. And this title displayed on the left hand side, and the icon is changed when I open it. It changed to close icon, and when I press again it will change back to the edit. If you want to provide coloring to these, then you can use button style. Let's say background color will be yellow, as you can see. Now let us provide this add button background color of green. If I press on this, as you can see, it's green. And let us provide this one red. Okay, so as you can see, add or delete. Instead of naming add, let's name it submit. Okay, sorry for that. We need to type submit here, the title. Okay, as you can see, submit and delete. Now let us create a state for the name. By default it will be an empty string. Let us also import the input. Let us create an input placeholder will be name, value will be name, and on change text we simply set the whatever text is input to set name. Let me just save this. Now let us create a function that we can call from this both const, let's say submit. Let us create an alert. Welcome, hello, and name. Welcome to our app. Let me just save this. Now on this first SpeedDial action, the submit button we can call onPress. We can simply call this submit, and on this onPress we set name to again the empty string. Let me just save this. So if I write my name over here, submit, you can see hello Bridget, welcome to our app. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. And now let me just delete it, so it will delete it. So after pressing these buttons, if we want these to collapse again, then we can also do that. Overwrite these, we set open to open, and we'll save this, and let's write Bruce. As you can see, the alert is appear, and this also collapse itself. Let me provide this over here also. Let me save this. If I press on this and delete, the text will be cleared and this will automatically collapse. So basically this is how you can create a speed dial. This is a very much important functionality. If you do not use React Native Elements, then you have to create this component by your own, a custom component. You need to use the animation to provide this type of animations also. So it is better to use the React Native Elements. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video, we will learn about a new React Native element component. It's called SocialIcon. Most of the apps lets you to share the profiles or the post that you have created or the content that currently present on your screen to social platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. If it's coding related that you can share something, then you can also see icons like GitHub, GitLab. So in this video, with the social icon component, we will learn how you can create this type of sharing icon, social icons. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator, and if you are using Windows machine, you can also use the Android emulator. First of all, let me just show you. So this is how social icon component will look. You can create this type of icons, or you can create this type of buttons with the title also. You can provide on press, on long press events. So first of all, to use the social icon, you first need to import social icon from React Native Elements. Let us create a social icon. Here we need to provide the type. Here type will be, as you can see, Facebook Messenger, Flickr, GitHub. We have lots of, let's see, Twitter. We have lots of options. As you can see, this is our Twitter. This is just the social icon. This is not a button because we have not provided the button prop. If you want to use the light version, then you can choose light. Because of this light, this icon will turn into sky blue and the background will be white. As you can see, it has some shadows with it. Let me create another one. Type, let's say, WhatsApp. As you can see, this is our WhatsApp. If I use the light version, this is how it looks like. Now let us create a social icon with the title. Title, let's say, sign in with Facebook. Okay, we need to provide a type, otherwise we do not get the icon. Facebook. Let me just save this, and we need to provide the button. As you can see, now we have created a button. You can provide the on press event over here and assign a function to it. So let me just create two state. First one is name, state name, use state. By default it will be an empty string. Actually we need only one state, and we create this type of buttons. Let's say share with Facebook. Let me create another social icon. Title will be share with Twitter. Time will be Twitter, and it will be a button. Let me just save this. Create another one. Title will be share with WhatsApp. Time will be WhatsApp, and it will be a button. Let me just save this. If you want to provide the styling option, then you can use the button style. It will basically the styling for this container, and you can provide font style, font weight, icon color, font family, and so on. So let me just create a function over here. Const, let's say share. Let's say app share. We will create an alert share. Here we write hello, then the user's name. We concat the username. You have saved this profile on, then we provide the app share. Now here we call the function. I'll press share and we pass the Facebook. Here on press we pass the Twitter. Here we pass the WhatsApp. Now let us create an input. First of all, you need to import the input from React Native Elements. Input. It will have a placeholder name. Value will be name. And on change names, whatever text user inputs, we share them in set name. Now let me just save this. Now let me just toggle the keyboard. If I write my name, okay. If I click on share with Facebook, as you can see, hello Bridget, you have shared this profile on Facebook. Same with the Twitter and same with the WhatsApp. So this is just an example that how you can really use this type of social icons with the buttons or the profiles. If you do not use the React Native Elements social icon from React Native Elements, then you need to create this type of component by providing the background. You need to provide the background color view. You need to provide the styling so that this icon and this text come side by side. So that's a lot of work. So you can save your time by using this inbuilt component from React Native Elements social icon. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video, we will learn about a new component from React Native Elements. It's called Tile. Tile is basically like cards, are like just cards and a convenient way to display related content about a single object. It's basically made of a image and some text or icons on the top of it. You can use these to provide content on the image. You can also use this as a thumbnail and some play icons on it. If you have seen services like Netflix or Amazon Prime, um, they use these type of tiles to display the movies or seasons or episodes. You see the poster of a movie or season and you see the play or pause button on the top of it. So we can create easily with this style. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator, but if you are using the Windows machine, you can go with the Android emulator also. It works fine with both the platform. So first of all, you need to import the tile from React Native Elements, just like that. Now let us create a simple tile which has some text on it and an image. Tile, it's a self-closing element. First of all, you need to provide the image source. Require in my assets folder, I have one image called Tech Bruce logo, PNG extension. Let us provide a title. Title, let's say Tech Bruce. Let us provide captions. It will be like subtitle. Let's say latest take updates, and we need to write the featured. So let me just save this. As you can see, now we are getting the image, and there is a text on over it. Let us take updates. You can customize the entire container by doing container style, or you can do the normal style also to apply the styling to the text. Now we will simply create a style which looks like that it's a movie poster or a season poster, and we provide an icon on the top of it, so it looks like the services that you have already seen. Now let me just delete all of that. I have an poster. Require in assets, I have this poster.png. Now I want to display the icon. The name of that icon is play circle. We need to provide the type. It is font awesome. By default it will be black, so let us provide color also. Let us provide the size. It's at 30. Now it is very important to write featured. Let me just save this and look. As you can see, this is how it will look like. The play button of on the top of it. Many times you can apply event to this play buttons, and it looks just like the thumbnail that you get on the services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, or you can also, if you are creating app like YouTube, you can also use this type. Now if you don't provide the feature over here, let me just show you. If we have image source icon and we have some title, hello to our channel. Let me just save this, and this is how it will look like if you don't provide the featured. This text will be part of the tile component, but it display below the image. So if you want to provide the plot information like the plot of the movie or plot of the season, you can write this all over here, just like you see on the services, video services. They have a movie poster and the play button on the top of it and the plot underneath the image. Now let me show you how you can attach a on-press event on this tile. First of all, let us create a button function for the function that we attach to this button. Const, let's say display. We'll create an alert, $alert. Let's say money heist. The episodes playing now. So this is our display function. We can attach it to the on press. Let me just save this. Now if I press on this tile, it triggered this function display and we will hopefully see this alert. Let me just click on this. As you can see, money heist, the episodes are playing now. So just like it, you can provide on press, on long press and different type of events with the tile. In real-time application, when you use this type of tile, you can attach the functionality to play the video for the movie or episodes whenever you place on this tile. So that's it. This is how you can create the tile component for your app. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. In this video, we will learn about a new component from React Native Elements. It's called bottom sheet. It's similar to the ActionSheetIOS that we used with the iOS platform. ActionSheetIOS is will only work with the iOS devices. So if you want similar kind of functionality in Android device, then you can use the bottom sheet. Bottom sheet also works on the iOS device, but it doesn't make any sense to use the bottom sheet because we have the native action sheet from the React Native for the iOS. So it will look something like this. If you're wondering, you get a bunch of buttons and this type of functionalities just like ActionSheetIOS. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I opened the Android emulator this time. You can open the iOS simulator also. It works fine, but again, as I said earlier, we have ActionSheetIOS specially made for iOS device. So I highly recommend you to use this component only for the Android device. So first of all, we need to import two components. First one is bottom sheet. Second one is list item. Let us also import the input and button. We use them later on. So let us create our input first of all, where user enters their name, and we provide three buttons on the bottom sheet: submit, clear and cancel. Cancel will simply disappear the bottom sheet. Submit will pop up the alert, and the clear will clear the text. First of all, let us create a state for the name. By default it will be an empty string. Now the state for the visible property, which we will be using with the bottom sheet. By default it will be false. First of all, let us create the function for the submit. Alert dot alert. Title will be welcome. Content will be hello. The name of the user. Welcome to our app. Now let us create a function for the clear. This will simply clear the name. We'll set it back to the empty string. Now let us create a list of buttons that we want to display on the bottom sheet. Let's name it list. It will be an array. The first one is submit. The title of the button will be submit. We can provide the onPress event. Here we will be calling the submit. Now the next button will be clear. Title will be clear text. onPress event clear. And now the last button will be cancel. Title will be cancel. Here if you remember, on ActionSheetIOS the cancel button will be on the different group and also has the different color. We can provide a different color. Just like that, we can also provide a different color for the this cancel button. For that we need to use the container style. Container style. We can provide the background color red. We can provide the title style also. Title style, the color will be white. Now we can provide the onPress event for the cancel. Here we simply set is visible to false. It will disappear the bottom sheet. Let me just save this much. Okay, so now we are ready to create the bottom sheet. Bottom sheet. Here we have to provide some props. The first one is of course is visible. It will depend on the is visible state that we have created. We can provide the container style. Let's say background color. Let's say white. Now it's time to generate the bottom sheet. We have created a list, so we simply map those lists. Let us create an alias. List item. This item we need to provide the key. It will be this I. Container style. We'll be using the same container style. And on press, we are using this on press of this one. These all buttons have an on press event. We are just mapping those. Now it's time to provide the list item dot content. List item dot title. And dot title. The individual title of these three buttons, we map it here. This one will be let us also provide style. And it is same as the title style. So we have created two state over here, name and is name for the user to enter the name, visible for the visibility of this bottom sheet. We have created two functions to call on submit and clear. We have created the list for the buttons in the on press event, and we are simply mapping those buttons to list item. Now what we need is to create input where user can input their name, placeholder, name, value will be name, on press whatever the text, sorry, not on press, on change text, whatever the value user inputs, we simply put this value into set. Now the button, this button will be imported from the React Native elements. We need to provide the title. Let's say submit, and on press we simply set this set is visible to true. Okay, you can provide the margin over here, top margin, so you can lower this down a little bit. Let me just enter my name. Now if I press on submit, we should see a bottom sheet with three options: submit, clear text, cancel. If I click on cancel, it will disappear the bottom sheet. Let me first click on the submit. If I press on submit, you can see the hello Brijan, welcome to our app. If I click on clear text, as you can see, the text will be cleared. Let me enter another name. If I click on submit, as you can see, if I press on cancel, it will just disappear the button. Let me press on clear text, as you can see, cancel. So these are, you can create the bottom sheet. It looks similar to the ActionSheetIOS that we do for the iOS device. It's an alternative for Android device. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video, we will learn about the most important thing in React Native, and it's the navigation. Up until now, the example that we have seen, we only work with only one screen, and we all know that whenever we build a real application, it will not be the case. There will be multiple screens, and we need to implement the navigation so that user can navigate through multiple screens. So React provide inbuilt library React navigation, and using that we can achieve different types of navigation like stack navigation. We can also implement the bottom navigator, top navigator, etc. So in this video we will learn about the stack navigator. So first of all, you need to create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator, but if you are using the Windows machine, you can also use the Android emulator. Navigation works fine on both the platforms. So first of all, just Google the React navigation, and you can find this website, reactnavigation.org. Here, first of all, you need to install the dependencies for the navigation. You can either do it do it with the npm or yarn. Go on the getting started, and this is the dependency that you need to install. Let me just do it through the yarn Visual Studio Code. Just paste the command and enter. Okay, so it installed successfully. Now we need to install the dependencies for the React Native project. Again, copy paste the command. So the navigation dependency successfully installed on our project. So let us discuss what is stack navigation actually. Let me minimize all of this. Okay. So stack navigation basically stack the screens on the top of each other, just like this stack works. For example, if you are on the home screen, that is the first component in your stack, home screen, and from the home screen, if you go to the category screen where you have a list of product categories that your application provides. So if user goes to the category screen from home screen, then category screen will be added to the stack, just like this. From the category screen, if user select any category and then application shows the list of products, then products goes to this stack. And if user click on any of the product info screen will go on the top of the product screen. This is how stack navigation works. So if user from this product info screen, if user goes back or press the back button, user goes to the product screen, and this will eliminate from the it will be popped out from the stack. User cannot directly go to the from product screen to home screen by using the back press. We can directly navigate to the product info screen from home screen, but using the back functionality, user can go through the element which is last added onto the stacks. So if we suppose directly navigate user from product info screen to category screen, it will simply copy the category screen and put on the top of product info screen. So if we directly navigate from product info to category, user will go to the category, but if user press the back button, it will ultimately go to the product info screen. So it's like the real stack. It follows the LIFO principle, last in first out basically. So we will create this type of stack navigation in our project. So again, open the Visual Studio Code and the emulator. Now for the stack navigator, first of all, we need to install the dependency for the native stack navigator. You can do this either with npm or yarn. Let me just do this with yarn. Copy paste it. Okay, so we are good to go. So in this video, we will be creating two screens. First screen will be the home screen, which is the initial stack. Then we create product category screen. When user click on a button from the home screen, user will redirect to the product category screen, and if we press back button, user can come back to the home screen. So we need to create two screen for that. So first of all, let us create home screen. Home screen.js. Let us import React from React. Then we need to import some components, view, text. From React Native. Export default function, then the name of our screen, home screen, and we return the React Native component. Let me just save this. So we have created our first screen. Let me just write the text that this is the home screen. Let me just save this. Now we need to create this stack navigator. So first of all, we need to import few components. First of all, import navigation container from React Navigation / native. This will import the navigation functionality, and the type of navigator that we want to use is this stack navigator. So create native stack navigator from React Navigation native stack. Now we need to create a stack which hold the screen. So stack, create native stack navigator, and we have successfully created the first stack. Now on the app.js file, we need to display the home screen as the initial stack. Navigation container, under which we provide stack.navigator. Here we provide the screen, stack.screen. The name of the screen will be, let's say, home. The name is very important. While we navigate through multiple screens, we need to use this name to identify each screen. The component we need to render for the home screen is the home screen that we have just created, and you need to import the home screen as well. Now if I save this, we should see this screen, home screen. Let me just save this. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. Now we are seeing this home screen, and we also saw this header. We also customize this header however we like. We can change the title over here. We can provide the buttons or icons over here. We will see those styling in our next videos. First of all, let me just create another screen. Product category .js. Let me import React from React. Import the component, let's say view text from React Native. Export default function product category. We will return a React Native component. Let's say view. Here we will provide a text. Product category screen. Let me just save this. Now let me add this product category to the stack that we have created. Stack dot screen. Name of the screen will be product category. Component will be product category. Let me just save this. Okay, now we need a way to go to the product category screen from home screen. So here we provide a button. Let me import this from React Native Elements. import button from React Native elements. Here we can provide the title. Let's say go to product category. Let me just save this. As you can see, the button is here. Now the important thing that we need is the navigation. Const navigation, and we import use navigation from React Navigation Native. Using this variable, we can navigate to the screen that is present in our stack. So in home screen, on press event, let me navigation dot navigate to the screen. Here we need to provide this screen name, and in this case that will be product category. Now let me just save this. So now if I click on go to product category, we should be redirected to the product category screen. Let me just do this. As you can see, we are now on product category screen. And if you notice, we have this back functionality by default over here. It says home. It means that the state that we have created the category is the last one, and below we have the home screen. So if I press on home, we go to the home screen again. If we provide another button over here and create another screen like the product screen, let's say, so we go to the product screen, and if I press back, so we go to the category screen, and from category screen we can come back to the home screen. So this is the basic demonstration how you can use the stack navigator with React Native. In our next video, we see an example where you can understand how you can actually use it in your real-time application. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in our last video, we saw how you can use the React navigation, and in React navigation, we saw the syntax for the stack navigator. In this video, we will create an example for the stack navigator. So open a React Native project and open it on a Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS simulator, but you are if you are on Windows or Linux machine, you can also use the Android emulator also. It works fine. So this is the syntax, this is the code from our last video. We have two screens in our stack right now. The first one is home and the second one is product category. This is our home screen and this is our product category screen. So in our home screen, we create two text inputs for the email and for the password, and we provide a button. When user enter the right credentials for the login, then user will redirect from the home screen to product category screen. Otherwise, it will display an error message. Using this example, you can create the login screen, but the difference is only that we don't have any backend right now, so we are using the hard-coded value for the login, but logic will remain the same. So in the home screen, Let us first import the input and button from React Native elements. Let us create an input. Let's create a placeholder. It will be email. Let me just save this. As you can see, we see email. Let me just import the styles from styles. Provide style is equal to styles dot container. Let me just save this. Okay, so h is small. Okay, so we need to create two state for that, to store the email and the password for the user. Username, initially it will be an empty string. Let me create for the password, set password, empty string as initial value. Now let us create a function. Let's say login. So if email is Brijan, let's say brijan@gmail.com, and password, let's say ABC. If this both state matches this value that I have just provided, then we navigate navigate the user to the product category screen. This is the name of our screen that we have provided. Else there will be an alert. Let's say error will be the title. Login info are incorrect. Okay, let me just save this. Okay, so here we need to provide the on change text. So whatever the user input, we simply set this to the email. Value will be email. Let me just save this. We have our email. Now let me just copy this much, change the placeholder to password, set email to set password, and value will be password. Since it's the password, we also need the secure entry text. Let me just save this. So if I try on password, it will be the dots. Now let us create a button. Title of that button will be login, and on press we simply call the login function. Let me just save this. Now on the product category, let me also add a text. Let's say welcome bridge, and let me just save this. So if I provide, let's say, Tony@gmail.com and password, let's say provide anything. If I press on login, since it's the incorrect credentials, we should see a alert. Login info are incorrect. It works perfectly fine. Now let me provide the actual login credentials. Brijan@gmail.com. Password will be ABC. Now if I press on login, as you can see, we are redirected to the product category screen. So this is not it. If you notice that we are getting this back functionality home, and if we slide through all the press on the home, we are back to the login screen. So it doesn't make any sense, because in real-time application, when you log in in the app, then your stack should be emptied, and your first screen will be the home screen or the product category screen in our scenario. User cannot allow to just press on the back button or swipe back to go to the home screen again. So here what we can do is that we can reset the stack that we have created. Navigation dot reset. Here we provide the index of the component that we needed to be. The product category screen will be on the index 0. So our first component on the stack will be the product category screen. Here we need to provide the routes. Here we need to provide the object name, and we can provide the product category. If I save this, now if I press on login, we will redirect to the product category screen, but we cannot simply go back to the home screen. The back functionality will be disabled because our entire stack is emptied, and a new stack will be created where at the index 0 position the component will be product category. So let me just press on login and see if this works. As you can see, now there is no back functionality over here, and we cannot even go back through the swipe. So this is how you can implement the login functionality in your app. After this series is over, navigation topic will be over in few videos. I'll be creating a project related series where we use this type of login and we take data from the backend. So thanks for watching it. So in our last video, we saw that how you can create stack navigation, and in this video we will learn about how you can style the header that appear on each of the screen. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I've already opened the iOS simulator, but if you are using Windows or Linux, then you can also use the Android emulator also. This example is from our last video. Here in app.js file, we have two screens, home screen and product category screen. So when I type the correct credential for the email and password and press login, user will redirect to the product category screen here. So as you can see, this is the header for the home screen, and if we go to the product category, category also have this header. So let us see how you can customize this header. First of all, if you notice that we have not provided any title for the header. By default, when user don't specify the title for the header, React Native basically take the value from the name of that particular component. For the home screen, the name is home, and for the product category, the name is product category. So by default, it will take those names, but we can specify the names of our own. For that, we need to provide the options. Here we can provide the title. Let's say login screen. Let me just save this. As you can see, the title is changed to the login screen. So this is how you can give the title. Now, if I input the correct credential and press on login and user redirect to the product category, then we will not see any back option over the header, because in home screen we are not navigating the users into another screen from the stack. We are completely reset it, and on the index 0 we provide the new screen product category. So for this example, let me just comment this out, because I want to show you how you can customize this back button and title. Navigation dot navigate product category. Let me just save this. Now let me write the credentials. brijan@gmail.com. Password. Let me press again. As you can see, now we got that back button. Now if you want this to visible, then you don't need to do anything, because by default it will be visible. But we have one property that can disable this back button. Header back visible. If I set it to false, okay, so this is for the home screen. Sorry, here we need to provide the options. Okay, let me just save this, and as you can see, it will be disappear because the header back visible is false. Now let me just remove this, and it's back. So this is how you can make visible or disable the header back. So now if you want only the icon, the arrow over here, but you don't want to show any title over here, then there is one property for that. Yeah, if we want to disable this title also, then you can write header back title visible. If I set it to false, as you can see, title will disappear. So this is for the back title. Now let me just remove this. You can also change the name of this back title. It's called header back title. Let's say back to login. Let me just save this, and as you can see, the title of the back button is changed now. Let me provide the styling for this back title. For that you need to write header back title style. Back title style. Here you can provide the font size. Let's say 5. As you can see, it becomes smaller. If I provide 20, it becomes larger. You can also provide the color or the font family, etc. These are you can customize this back title. Let me just delete this. Now by default the header will be visible on each of the component, but sometimes it happens that you don't want to show the header. We also have property for that. Header shown by default will be true. If I provide false, let me just save this. As you can see, the header become disappear. So these are you can also use props here, so you can make it dynamic also. Let me just bring back the header. Now let us change this title. Let's say only product screen. Now we can change the header tint color. Let's say red, and it will be changed to red. The entire header tint color will change to the red. If you want to change the color of this title only, then for that, header title style. Here we can provide the color. Let's say blue. If I save this, the color change to blue. You can also mess it around. You can provide the font size, you can provide the font family, etc. Let's say 20, and it becomes larger. You can also make it disappear. Header title visible, use header title visible. If you want this title to be on the left hand side, then you can write header title align. But by default on iOS device it will always be center. Even if I set left, it will remain on the center on the iOS device, but on Android device it works fine. This property will only works on the Android devices. So these are you can customize the individual header of the component. But if you want some style to remain same for the entire application header, it means that every component has the header and has the same type of styling. Then you do not need to repeat this styling in each of the screen. You can simply provide it over here. Over here you need to assign this on screen options. On screen option, let me just provide, let me just, okay, title remains the same. Option, let me just change, delete this one, and also delete this much. If I press save, go back. Okay, so if I want the header background color changed for the all the headers, all the component headers, so I provide it over here. Header style, background color, let's say yellow. It changes to yellow. Header, okay. Oh sorry, I need to provide over here header tint color, let's say white. No, not white. Let's say gray. Okay, so if I press on login, you can see the this style applies to the all the components header. So if you want a particular style to apply to all the component headers, then you can apply those over here in screen options in stack.navigator. So this is how you can play with the header styling and customize the header however you want. We can also provide custom components to the header left and header right. We will see how you can do that in our next video. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it. So in this video we will learn how you can pass parameters between screens while navigating. When you use navigation and you go from one screen to another screen, then you need to pass some data when you create a real-time applications. Like if you register a user, then after registration you need to navigate the user from the register screen to the login screen where user can log in and account details will be displayed. So you need to pass the account data. Similarly, in our this video, we will be creating a register screen where we ask user to fill up some input, and when user click on the register, we will redirect the user to the new screen where we display all those data. So first of all, create a React Native project and open it on Visual Studio Code. I already opened the iOS emulator, but you can use the Android emulator if you are using Windows or Linux machine. It works fine with both the platforms. So this is the example from our last videos. We have currently two screen which are in stack navigation. The first one is home screen and the second one is product category screen. We can rename the product category screen, but for this example, let's just not do that. Uh, both the screen are empty. There is only single view, and we have some header style option in the stack navigator. The header tint color is black and the background color is yellow, so it applies to this both the screen. So first of all, let us create inputs for name, email, password, etc. I imported the input from React Native Elements. First of all, placeholder. Here user will enter their name. Then we can provide the value. Here we write the name. The state name, we will be creating states for this information. On change text, whatever the text is the inputs, we simply store them to the name state. Let me first create the states that we need. First of all, the name, state name. By default, it will be an empty string. Second one will be email. It will be an empty string. Then third one, let's say age. Then the password. Okay, so let me just save this. As you can see, we already have the first input placeholder value and on-chain. Let me just copy this much, paste it 3 times. Here the value will be email. Here we use the email and placeholder will be email. Here user enters the age. We display the age state over here. We set it to the age. Same goes here. Password. Set. But for the password, we use secure text entry. Let me just save this. Now we have 4 different inputs, and okay, so and email, over the email we can also provide the type. Okay, so now let us create a button. Again, the button we have imported from the React Native elements. Here the title, let's say register. Now let me just change this title from home to register, and I have shown you how you can do this in our last video. We can provide the title register. As you can see, it's changed to register. Okay, so now we can create a function that we can call on this click event, press event, const, let's say register. Now we need navigation, const navigation, use navigation. Navigation dot navigate, we navigate user to this product category screen. The name is product category. Now the most important part, now we send the data from here. We need to send this for state. So the name, will send the name. This name over here is taken from this state, and this name we can use afterwards onto the other screen. So don't get confused over there. You can change, you can use the different name if you want. And no, we don't need to save the password. Okay, so let me just save this. On press event, we simply call the register. Let me just save this and go back to the product category screen. Let me also set name to the product category. Options. Title will be, let's say, account details. Let me save this. On the product category screen, we need a route to get the data from this screen. Route, use route. You need to import this route from React Navigation native. Here, let's say text. Here we display route dot params. Param stands for parameters, and here we display first of all the name. Let me just save this. Now let me just copy this much, paste it 3 times. Here we display the email, and here we display age. Name, email, and age. Let me just save this. Also let apply some style to it. Font size, let's say 20. We copy this style, apply to all the text. Okay, so it looks we are good to go. Let me just go through it again. We have created 4 states for the name, email, age, and password, and we have created 4 inputs for that. In the password, we have also entered the secure text entry, so user can securely enter the password. Then we created a button, and we are calling the register function. After pressing on the register button, user will navigate to the product category screen, which is this, and we are passing the name, email, and age. On the product category screen, we are receiving the name, email, and age using route. So let me just enter my name, Brijan, email, let's say brijan@gmail.com, age is 24, and password, let's enter anything. Now if I click or press on the register button, it should redirect to the product category screen, and the title of that product category screen will be account details, and we should see the name, email, and age we just entered over here. Let me click on the register. As you can see, we are getting the information correctly. Brijan@gmail.com, age 24. Let me go back to the register. Let me add another name. Let's say Bruce. Let's say Bruce@gmail.com. Let's say age 52. Password, let's remain is the same. Register. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. So these are, we can transfer the data from one screen to another screen while navigating. It is very important when you create a big application, a real-time application where you have multiple screens and you need to transfer data from one screen to another. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching it.